Feed Ghana initiative. I know what's happening to the 24-hour economy when it comes to public service delivery. What's your assessment of some of the institutions like the DVLA implementing a 24-hour economy at its Adenta office? My name is Winston Amoah.
My name is Kojo Boateng. Good morning to you. How are you?
God is still taking care of us. We're fine.
Indeed.
Today, we assess John Mahama after 1 year as President of the Republic of Ghana again. I know you have a lot to say, but just yesterday also, at the University of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama has been talking about the fight against illegal mining.
And he said, if you had come here 6 months ago, this water was the color of coffee. He says now it's the color of light Milo. And so it's getting better. And so we appreciate the work that NIMOS.
Well, he says the water is improving. The quality of water is improving. What used to be coffee is now light Milo. And you ask to what end?
I don't know when he went for his Christmas vacation whether he saw the Yankson River, because where he went for his Christmas celebrations, you definitely have to cross the Yankson to get to that resort. And I don't know whether he paid attention to the Yankson River. It's very brown. Now, we are talking about what he said last year and what he said yesterday, but I'll take you to 12 years ago. On this day in 2014, the president met the press.
Okay.
And he said that corruption amounts to mass murder. One of the things that President Mahama and the NDC used to convince Ghanaians was that they were going to really prosecute people engaged in corruption. You remember Ora was launched and all those things. A year on, where are we with the big cases? Where are we with all those corrupt cases? What convictions do we have?
Cases are in court.
The cases are in court.
Yes.
And there are a lot more. Even in the Galamsey space, what is resulting in a lot of the Galamsey that he's talking about is officials just looking the other way for people to do what they want, and it's all part of corruption. What's the new strategy, the revised strategy to fight corruption?
And even as we assess President John Dramani Mahama's first year in office, yesterday at the annual New Year School of the University of Ghana also, Ishmael Yankson made a very important point. He says, we're actually training Ghanaians for the 1980s and not the 2030s. Folks, you know we do this with you. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. What's your assessment of John Mahama after 365 days in office as President of the Republic of Ghana? That's what we're discussing this morning. But now coming up is the news at 6.
Bring it on, are you ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall. Bring it on, are you ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall. And rising. Keep it high, rising. Bring it on. This life is not easy.
Hello and welcome to the news at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM and Accra and Kumasi. We on Love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via various affiliates. Also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, YouTube and on Facebook. Coming up this morning, President Mahama pledges better transformation and stability in policies in his second year in office while maintaining strict fiscal discipline even into the 2028 election year.
Our progress as a nation must transcend political seasons. And this is why I've decided to make this second mandate so graciously granted to me by Ghanaians count.
Also coming up, Ghanaians rate President Mahama's first year in office today.
I didn't see anything great which is strong that I can give him 70 or 100%. Mama no 120 cry.
Well, last year wasn't good, to be frank.
We have details of that coming up shortly. Also, GPRTU signals possible reduction in transport fares after consistent fuel reductions.
So this time around, we're checking on the percentage threshold right now. Yes, it's up to where it calls for a reduction.
And the Asante Henio 247 took cautions against politicization of promotions in the police service, calling for integrity among officers.
Politicizing the police service is something that we all have to be very careful about. When governments change, I hear some people lobbying to take positions where there's an incumbent IGP.
Details of these and more with me, Mamie Sinyamiche Thompson. Please stay. Details now. President John Dramani Mahama has signaled a renewed push for meaningful national progress in his second year in office, promising consistent and predictable policies to drive growth and restore confidence in the economy. He emphasized that his government will prioritize long-term economic stability over short-term political gains, maintaining firm control over public spending and debt management. The president says fiscal responsibility is non-negotiable. He spoke at the 77th Annual New Year School and Conference at the University of Ghana.
We cannot build the Ghana we want together if after every regime change, economic development programs are discarded and replaced with entirely new ones. Our progress as a nation must transcend political seasons. And this is why I've decided to make this second mandate, so graciously granted to me by Ghanaians, count to a level that no succeeding government can reverse. I can assure Ghanaians also that we will not relax the current fiscal discipline and efficient management of the economy, even in the election year of 2028.
Well, the president also says it will roll out a policy later this year requiring value addition to Ghanaians' minerals, petroleum and agricultural products before export.
Our development model must decisively move away from excessive dependence on raw material exports towards value addition, industrial production, and knowledge-based enterprise. We will roll out a policy this year that requires value addition to our minerals, to our petroleum and agricultural products before export. It is in this context that my government has placed the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program at the heart of our reset agenda.
Meanwhile, as President Mahama marks a year in office today, some Ghanaians have been assessing his performance. Take a listen.
I'll give Mahama 80%. My dear, we are all enjoying the peace. We are all enjoying ourselves. We can't say it's 100%, but at least it's better. We need to give ourselves some time. So things are moving on well.
I'll give him 35%. Because I didn't see anything which is going on. I didn't see anything great which is strong that I can give him 70 or 75 or 95%.
Mama Basonedi, I think say Niama is stable. And first no be Kojo no, and now Koto Adia
I think things have become more stable. Before prices would increase as in time.
100%. Mama no 120 cry.
Well, last year wasn't good, to be frank. But we hope that this year is going to be good.
Well, that's the verdict of some Ghanaians. The Ghana Private Road Transport Union, GPRTU, says the recent reduction in fuel prices has reached a level that calls for a possible downward adjustment in fares. The GPRTU stance comes after complaints by some commuters that they are feeling the pinch of high fares. Here are some of them.
If something can be done about the reduction of the prices, it should just come down a bit, and I think we'll all be okay with it.
Once fuel has been brought low, transport must come low. Even the cost of food, everything must be affected. The way it affects it when it raises, so must it affect it down when it comes down, everything. Like the market women who carry stuff from the hinterland, it's transport they talk about. That's why they come and increase prices here.
If there is a reduction, we need to accept that because each and everyone will benefit.
We can now listen to Deputy Spokesperson of the GPRTU, Samuel Amoah, reacting.
We are not normally happy to see transport going up because the transport fares are high. Most of the passengers that normally join vehicles for shorter distances. They prefer walking. So this time around, we're checking on the percentage threshold right now. Yes, it's up to where it calls for a reduction. It should be at a 10% threshold. Then we also check that of the other component before we get a specific percentage that will call for either increment or reduction. So that we also see how we also come up with, if we have to reduce, how much percentage.
The Asante Otunfo Secretary II has cautioned against politicization of promotion in the police service. He threw the caution during a symbolic royal visit to the IGP Christian Tatayonu at the National Police Headquarters in Accra. James Aveji reports.
The Ghana Police Service witnessed history on Tuesday with a royal visit of Asante Otunfo II to the Inspector General of Police Christian Tatayonu at the National Police Headquarters in Accra. The IGP, in his remark, acknowledged the continuous support the police have enjoyed from the Asantehene as he commends the Otunfo for his role in maintaining peace even beyond the Ashanti region.
You chair the Committee of Eminent Chiefs that successfully resolved the long-standing Dagbon chieftaincy crisis, restoring peace and stability to the area. Your mediation efforts in Yendi, and more recently in the protracted Boku conflict, to mention a few.
When the Asantehene Otunfo II took the stage,
watching the ladies parade, I thought I should have worn my police dress to be here. We will urge you, IGP, and your devoted colleagues to seriously tackle issues affecting police integrity and public trust.
Here's the Otunfo's final remark regarding promotions in the service.
Politicizing the police service is something that we all have to be very careful about. When governments change, I hear some people lobbying to take positions where there's an incumbent IGP. I hear that. I get to know that.
I am James Savaji, reporting for Joy News.
The Ghana Journalists Association has disclosed plans to petition the IGP to promptly investigate the attack on Class FM journalists by some personnel of the fire service during a fire outbreak at Kaswa. Dominic Logi is secretary of the association.
We'll be engaging the IGP to work on the issue to swiftly handle the attack case for us, because the case has been reported to the police in the central region, that is the Kaswa police station, New Market police station. And so we expect that the IGP would call his men to work on the case as quickly as possible.
The Sisala West District Security Coordinating Council has assured residents of their safety following the arrival of over 700 refugees fleeing conflict in Burkina Faso. Rafiq Salam reports.
The overall objective of the border project is to promote the stabilization and prevention of violent conflicts, strengthening resilience, social cohesion across border communities. The Environmental, Social and Climate Change Coordinator of World Vision Ghana, Abel Ensia, threw light on the program.
And the one is to provide social infrastructure. And in social infrastructure, we are looking at providing wash infrastructure, also health infrastructure.
Sisala West District Chief Executive Abdul Hussein Igbene was commending World Vision Ghana and their partners for their support, assured the people of working to ensure the safety of the host communities and the refugees.
We closely monitor the people that we are currently hosting, whilst the border system will also ensure that we do not have other people coming in when we cannot guarantee our safety.
Reporting for Joy News, Rafiq Salam, Bolu.
And reporting here, Joe 99.7 FM is Mamisi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Hi, I am Hannah Efriye, the Health and Safety Manager for Total Energies Ghana. At Total Energies, your safety is our priority. This festive season, we encourage all drivers to make responsible choices on the road. Avoid overspeeding, rest when you feel tired, never drink and drive. Check your tires, oil levels, and lights before every long journey. And remember, seat belts save lives. Passengers, please speak up when a driver is being reckless. Let's protect ourselves, our families, and every other road user. Let's choose responsibility. Let's choose life. See you in 2026.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new President Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Basic Bank is we're all. We've got what you need for your business and family. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank. Omni Basic Bank is we're all. We are not just another bank. Whatever you need, you can count and call on us. Omni Basic Bank. Omni Basic Bank. Not just another bank.
Chale, imagine hitting the road with total peace of mind. That's the Asempa Super promo, packed with goodies from Imperial General Assurance. From January 1st to April 30, when you insure or renew your motor policy, you are not just protecting your car or yourself. You stand a chance to win instant rewards that make every drive feels like a celebration.
Here's what's waiting for you. Free fuel and EV charging coupons to keep you moving. Free vehicle diagnosis at accredited garages. A 1-year life insurance cover for extra protection. And branded souvenirs, umbrellas, tissue boxes, and more.
Don't let this moment pass. Call 0577 667 436 to 8. Speak to your broker or visit any of our agents nationwide. Insure, drive, and win big with Imperial.
Follow us on social media for all updates. T's and C's apply.
Imperial General Assurance. Solid protection.
Imperial General Assurance. Solid protection.
Ama, big news! Star Oil is now the largest oil marketing company in Ghana.
Wow, that's huge!
Yes, so the largest distributor of petroleum products in Ghana. Ever since I switched to Star Oil, my car runs smoother. The fuel lasts longer, no strange engine sound, just clean, powerful performance.
Oh, same here. I used to refill every 3 days until I switched to Star Oil. Now, my fuel lasts way longer. I don't know what magic is inside, but my car loves it.
Exactly. It's not magical. From Accra to Kumasi to Tamale, Star Oil day everywhere with 240 filling stations and counting. That's why more Ghanaians are choosing Star Oil.
Hey, my tank is almost empty. I am heading to Star Oil right now before the queue starts.
I'm right behind you, Amma.
We set out with a mission to serve better and lead boldly. We're proud to say we are Ghana's #1 oil marketing company. To our loyal Star savers across the country, thank you for believing in us. Star Oil, quality and affordable fuels for all.
This
December. Shop life with no fear of January. You know why? The SG Ghana Festive Cashback promo is here. Use your SG Ghana Visa card. Shop, chill, party, enjoy, and stand the chance of winning your share of 120,000 Ghana cedis. Here's how. Between now and the 31st of January 2026, use your SG Ghana Visa card for all your transactions. Make at least 5 transactions totaling not less than 2,000 Ghana cedis, and your share of the 120,000 Ghana cedis could be a reality in the grand draw. The more transactions you make, the better your chances of winning. So go on, use your SG Ghana Visa card and spend with confidence this Christmas, because January fit reward you big time. Haha. Chale, yes! SG Ghana Festive Cashback promo. Spend now, smile later. For more inquiries, call 0302-214-314. T's and C's apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Société Générale Ghana. The future is you.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news, brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, and Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Coming up is a Joy Business Report brought to us by Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akbafu.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. You?
Oh, as you can see, God is still taking care of us.
He is.
Fine,
yeah, your political suit and all of that.
Political. Let me do it very well.
Looks like today is going to be a good day.
Today I'll be at the annual New Year school.
I knew it.
Today's conversation is time with the finance minister.
Oh, nice.
Yes. We're going to have a very wonderful conversation.
Wow.
With the finance minister. We'll talk about the stability of the Ghanaian economy, what should be done going forward. We'll have conversations about the fiscal aspect of it to ensure that the current appreciation that we're enjoying, how are they prepared to collaborate with the Bank of Ghana to ensure that continues. A lot of discussions coming up.
Interesting conversation to have, especially when we are marking 1 year since the government assumed power.
So today I'll be there to have that conversation. You can go with me.
Great stuff. I'll follow. I'll tag along.
But talking about the annual New Year school, the President, John Dramani Mahama, was at the University of Ghana yesterday, and he's been talking about how today the fight against illegal mining is yielding results.
And he said, if you had come here 6 months ago, this water was the color of coffee. He says now it's the color of light Milo. And so it's getting better. And so we appreciate the work that NIMOS.
So that's on illegal mining. And this morning we'll go around. We want to find out the state of it. But hey, while you can actually judge the color of water, what about the heavy metals in there? Because that's where the problem is. Not just about the color, but how about the heavy metals in these, rivers and streams, water bodies? How are we dealing with that?
Affecting crops.
They're affecting crops, and the research is there for all of us to see. Where are the kingpins that were promised? The NDC in opposition said they were going to arrest the kingpins, because we all agree that if that young man who's engaged in illegal mining, if you arrest him, the next moment he's released, he will go back to the pit. Where are the kingpins? But also, on the 7th of January 2025, President John Dramani Mahama was sworn in as president again. And in his inaugural speech, one of the things that he talked about was this.
Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to.
24-hour economy, just imagine a market bustling.
That sounded very good. Did he give a timeline though?
Well, in that speech, I didn't see a timeline.
Okay.
The presidential advice on the 24-hour economy says that by the time you see something tangible, even along the Volta, enclave, that would be the fourth quarter, by fourth quarter 2026. Yes. So
okay.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
so this morning, our job here, very simple. An assessment of the first year of President John Dramani Mahama.
It's in order.
And we'll do this with you. Get onto X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055 997. Would you say your expectations have been met, or you say there's still room for improvement? Whatever it is, share them with us here on the Super Morning Show. But of course, today is Constitution Day. Ordinarily, today would have been a holiday, but that's been...
We've pushed it to Friday.
Who gets the trumpets, Tyrell?
All right. So I guess today we can celebrate the birth of the Fourth Republic. It's Constitution Day. Congratulate every Ghanaian for making the Fourth Republic work. I mean, there are downsides, but...
We congratulate all Ghanaians and all those who... the committee of experts who actually drafted the 1992 Constitution, chaired by Nana Dr. SKB Asante, a great man. And all those who were part of the Consultative Assembly. For all of you, and talking about the Consultative Assembly, let me say good morning to the Honorable Kofi Atto, former
good morning, sir.
Who Central MP. Okay, so to all of you, the trumpet brought to us by ECG. Stealing electricity is not patriotic. So call 0302 611 611 to report illegal connections for 6% of the recovered amount as your reward. For all of you who have supported the Fourth Republic and promoted its constitution, we say,
trumpets! Hi, happy Constitution Day, everyone. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, consumers push for government intervention as transport operators refuse to reduce fares despite significant drop in fuel prices. Also coming up, Ghana Revenue Authority appeals to consumers to demand VAT receipts after purchase to ensure they fully benefit from the recent tax relief. Plus, cedi appreciates by more than 4% in December 2025, highest monthly depreciation in recent times, but analysts say the real test will be the first quarter of 2026. Should have said highest monthly appreciation in recent times. Hello, welcome everyone. Hello to our friends listening from Kofi Radio and KT Radio. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Now, some consumers are pushing for government's intervention over the refusal of transport operators to reduce fares. This is coming after some of the operators argued the fuel price reduction is not enough to warrant a review. The following report highlights reasons there is no justification for arguments being raised by the commercial drivers.
Over the past 2 months, fuel prices have gone down by more than 10%. This is one of the critical factors that players in the transport industry consider before kickstarting negotiations for a reduction in transport fares. The situation has been aided by a significant drop in fuel prices by some major oil marketing companies, which industry watchers describe as intense competition in the fuel retail business. It is, however, unclear whether transport operators will heed the calls to review fares or argue that the prices of spare parts and insurance products have not declined significantly over the past month. Others have argued that consumers may need to shift pressure onto the government or the Minister of Transport to ensure they benefit from this development.
That was a business desk report. Now, the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Kwesi Sapon, is asking consumers to insist on their value-added tax receipts after purchase. He believes this will ensure they are not shortchanged in terms of realizing the expected tax reliefs and benefits. The Commissioner General has been speaking to Joy Business after visiting some shopping outlets in the metropolis to gauge compliance.
We continue to appeal to businesses and individuals who are business owners that we would like you to go on voluntary compliance. Comply with VAT, charge VAT, implement VAT on your systems, or issue VAT invoice as the case may be. And for all consumers, as you are enjoying the new reforms, also demand your VAT invoice anytime you purchase. When we work responsibly as businesses and we also act responsibly as consumers, together we will raise the needed revenue that is needed to develop the nation.
You heard the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Kwesi Sarpong. The city posted one of its highest monthly appreciation against the dollar in December 2025. We have details in the following report.
Data from the commercial banks showed that the city has appreciated by some 4.3% for the month of December 2025, the highest in recent times, compared to the 2.3% in December 2023 and 3.19% in December 2024. Again, market data show that the city typically appreciates against the dollar in the last month of each year. But what we are witnessing this time around is that it is the highest compared to the rate of appreciation over the last 2 years. We also understand that in the month of December, there was some significant market support which also impacted on the city's performance. However, many have argued that the Bank of Ghana's biggest test will be in the first quarter of this year, when the city normally comes under some pressure as businesses try to restock for the year and commercial banks and listed companies pay dividend to shareholders outside the country. According to the Bank of Ghana, the city appreciated by some 40% against the dollar for last year.
Meanwhile, finance lecturer Dr. Jaber Ibrahim Mohammed has indicated the city's current stability could be sustained throughout the year. The projection is based on the Bank of Ghana's international reserves reaching a record $13.8 billion for 2025. Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed knows that this could help the Bank of Ghana to effectively deal with the first quarter depreciation associated with the city.
The market is already looking out for a lot of dollars. People are going to be importing, etc., especially at the beginning of the year, where we normally have a significant depreciation of the city. When you have a good reserves, it's going to have a serious impact in maintaining the stability of the city. So even if we don't have the city depreciation a lot, like we do have at the beginning of the year, you should anticipate that the city might not depreciate too much, but it might not also appreciate so much because the demand for the dollar is going to be a lot. So we should anticipate that the city should be performing very well at the beginning of the year.
You had a finance lecturer, Dr. Jaber Ibrahim Mohammed. You're listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, the Association of Ghana Industries says it expects government to shift to the next phase of the 24-hour economy policy to accelerate growth through agribusiness and manufacturing. Speaking on the Joy News channel, Chief Executive of the association, Sogah Akwaba, noted that it is time to focus on the real work under the policy to support the industry sector.
We know exactly what we're doing. I remember that the 24-hour economy, initially when it started, it sounded something different. People were thinking we were going to be working around the clock on 24-hour basis. But now the clarity has come. Government is saying that I'm targeting specific projects. They brought in the water corridor projects. They are looking at the value chains. So there are specific defined activities that's going to take place. And therefore, it is not the normal 24-hour economy as we think. But we think those defined areas are equally important. If you're able to get it right, that is what will show up the productivity and eventually lead to the 24-hour economy. So I don't think we felt it that much, but this is not to say we are disappointed. We think that once we set the stage right, we get the right players involved, we get the right funding, and the emphasis on funding, because some of the programs we've experienced in the past, much as government will talk about it, they don't push in resources to implement it effectively.
Chief Executive of the Association of Ghana Industries, Sogah Akwaba. Now, Chief Executive of Ishmael Yankson and Associates, Dr. Ishmael Yankson, has described Ghana's economic performance prior to 2025 as chaotic, stressing the need to build a more sustainable and stable economic framework to attract foreign investment. He made the remarks at the opening ceremony of the 77th Annual New Year's Square Conference in Accra.
Economic mismanagement breeds uncertainty. Indeed, what we saw in the last 4 years prior to 2025 can only be described as chaotic, because chaos is where you don't know the rules anymore. A situation where every 2 to 3 years we build the economy, create and then take 1 to 2 years to destroy whatever has been created, and then start all over again is only a recipe for perpetual poverty. Ghana needs a minimum of 10 years of consistent, resilient economic performance to demonstrate a sustainable, prosperous economy worthy of investors' trust and confidence.
Now, in a country where skin bleaching continues to affect confidence and health, one Ghanaian doctor is changing the narrative, building a skincare brand rooted in science, self-love, and the belief that healthy skin should never come at the cost of identity. Today on the Joy Business Van, we feature Natureholics, founded by Dr. Abna Emisa. Listen. In a world where beauty standards often pressure people to change who they are, one Ghanaian skincare brand is choosing a different path. One rooted in care, confidence, and compassion. Founded in 2019, Natureholics is redefining skincare by putting safety, self-love, and sustainability at the heart of beauty. We sit down with the founder, Dr. Alberto Misa, to find out what inspired the creation of this business.
I have always liked skin, working with skin. And it's so sad to always see people bleaching their skin and always using the things that are not right for their skin. So when I had the opportunity, I decided to go into skincare, create something that would nourish, nurture the skin, not bleach. You know, a safe, affordable skincare for people to be able to use. That's really the inspiration. I'm that person you find on the skincare aisle in any convenience store where you find the skincare. That's where I am.
For Alberta, the mission is deeply personal. Growing up, she struggled with acne herself, an experience that shaped her understanding of skin confidence and strengthened her resolve to create gentle, effective skincare solutions. Alright, make a date. Full episode at 1 p.m. right after the Joy Business Report, 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. Before we go look at the markets this morning on the commodity market, crude oil dropped marginally to $60 a barrel. Gold open trading at $4,464 an ounce after losing more than $30. Cocoa selling at $5,954 a ton after dropping by $120. On the currency market, the dollar going for 10 cedis, 80 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering clients. British pound, 14 cedis, 60 pesos. The euro going for 12 cedis, 70 pesos. The Forex Bureau is quoting the dollar at 12 cedis, 20 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwal. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Darryl. 10 cedis, 80 pesos. Well, I realized that yesterday, as I drove home, I realized that a lot of the oil marketing companies had reduced their prices.
Yeah, it looks like there's a price war going
particularly
on.
Goil. That was a huge drop.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me say good morning to John of Johani Autocool. The team at Johani Autocool. Yeah, so they're doing some great job there.
Great. Johani Autocool.
That's where I service my air conditioning.
Oh, nice.
Air conditioning system, vehicle air conditioner. That's why I service my vehicle air conditioner. So, good morning to the team at Johani Autocool. Which means we can have our inspirational song. That's far. Okay, of course. That's how far the Lord has brought us, Ebenezer. So, let's enjoy this one.
Get your blue one. Can I see one finger in the air to testify for yourself? Thus far, the Lord has helped us.
Lord, I'm grateful for your goodness. I'm grateful for your grace. I'm grateful for your mercies ever new. It's me the right to praise. It's me the right to sing.
goodness. I'm grateful for your grace. I'm grateful for your mercies, heaven. Heaven knew, so it's meet and right to praise. It's meet and right to sing. Hey, Neza, everybody, sing it out. Everybody sings out.
Of course, that's how far the Lord has brought us. Good morning, guys. Once again, good morning, Kojo. Good morning, Blessed.
Good morning. How are you, Winston?
God is still in the miracle working business. He's taking care of us. And good morning, Kojo Sakura.
My hair is growing. Huh? It's growing, you know.
Well, the last time Obi Amponsan was here, says you can feel anything, okay? You can even pretend you have afro. After all, I've done that before. Ask Kojo Yankson. I used to say I had afro. But when they ask you that, Daddy, when will your hair grow, so that I see how you look when your hair grows, that's when you realize that, Charlie, I'm fat.
No amount of fertilizer.
Oh, you can do,
but make that farm arable.
Oh, but the University of Ghana Medical Center.
Yes, they've started it.
Why are you people suggesting that we cannot do that? We can do that.
Hair transplant. Oh.
Yeah. Just that we don't want to do. Particularly when you have told the whole world that God is your Baba. The next moment they see you with hair. Abba. Anyway, guys, let's get into the Drive Safe campaign.
Yes, the Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota. Superior quality, Imperial General Assurance, solid protection. Avoid all distractions. Keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible. Drive with your lights on. That's how to ensure your safe arrival. Today's Drive Safe campaign is dedicated to 3 people who work in the Volta region. They were awarded by the whole GPRTU for being the best when it comes to road safety. You know, we always advise people to be safe on the roads. So when people decide to do the right things consistently and they are recognized by the regional group, I believe they deserve to be commended on national radio on Joy.
Sure.
So I want to say good morning and congratulations to Mr. Kojo Boateng. He was awarded the best driver of the year 2025 by the whole GPRTU. And according to them, he did everything he could to ensure safety of passengers, safety of commuters and other road users in the Volta region. Now, the next was Prosper Agbavo. He was recognized as a Porter of the Year. And if you read the story, he also aided a lot of travelers in the activities for the year. And Mr. Manfred Addo also took the long-serving Porter Award. He was given a 42-inch television set. The best driver was given a chest freezer, and the Porter of the Year was given a mini refrigerator. So we advise people to do the right things, and when people do the right things and they are recognized, we will praise them on national radio. So to Kojo, Prosper, and the long-serving award Porter in the Volta region. That is Mr. Manfred Addo. Congratulations to you. We'll try to get some of the winners from some of the other regions to acknowledge them as well as we promote road safety in the country.
Great, which means we can now learn how to say it right.
And it's brought to you by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, as well as Société Générale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Today, we're assessing the first year of the second coming of NDC's third John of the Fourth Republic. Has he failed, or has he done his best possible? Now, I'm sure you've noticed that very often people say possible best when they mean best possible. Sadly, that means that they don't always convey the meaning they intend. You see, when you say, I will do my possible best, what you're saying is that it is possible that what you will do might be your best effort. But what you're trying to say is that you will put in the best effort you possibly can. So it should be best possible, not possible best. Indeed, your best work possible, your best effort possible, your best possible. And that is how you say it right.
And that's how you say it. Right time now for the newspaper review brought to us by Syntex Tanker, Stranger Tough, and Access Bank, more than banking. And then Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all, as well as Enterprise Insurance, your advantage.
I have the Chronicle this morning. The big one says, Gold Board solidifies Ghana external buffers. This is according to the Bank of Ghana. There's a picture of Johnson Isiama, the governor, on the front page. And the other story, I was following this yesterday. Otumfuo advises police to build public trust. I can't think of better advice.
Yeah, I have the Ghanaian Times, but before I give you the stories from the Ghanaian Times, you have a message from one of our listeners in Oyarifa about what we discussed yesterday about the noise pollution. The one who has a church right by his house disturbing him. He says, good morning, Joy SMS. I really appreciate your conversation yesterday. Yesterday, the assembly came here. They got the report. They've written stop work on the structure. But while it's okay to stop work on the structure, I want them to remove the unauthorized structures that the people have erected and prevent them from making noise. So, Lankwantanan Madina Assembly, you heard, you've responded. That's a good one. But do more for the people. Now I'll bring you the Ghanaian Times. Culture must work with the law. This is the Asante Hino Tumfuo 82 the second. He was speaking at yesterday's visit to the Ghana Police Service headquarters.
Historic visit.
Yes. Now GJA condemns assault on journalists at Kaswa, and they are demanding an apology, and they are demanding that the PRO for the Ghana National Fire Service be sacked as well. At the New Year school, we won't backslide in economic gain. President Mahama is assuring all of us, and Rubber Farmers Association of Ghana is rejecting calls for a total ban on raw rubber exports. Now, the council, which is also overseeing our Hajj preparations, has also closed the 2026 Hajj subscription, and that institution is the Pilgrims Affairs Office of Ghana. They've announced the immediate closure of payments for the 2026 Hajj pilgrimage. And if you go to the back page of the Ghanaian Times, Vice President confers with Cape Coast delegation on 8-year development plan to transform the Cape Coast metropolis.
So the Daily Guide this morning is talking about the president as well, speaking about the New Year school. Winston, I believe you were there, so you had some of the instructive messages from the president. He says he wants to build a nation to a point where you can't reverse the gains we've made. So that's captured on the front page of the Daily Guide this morning, saying that I'll deliver lasting economic reforms, and that's according to President John Dramani Mahama. Hold your peace.
You see, no, I just would say, make this point. Okay, I like what President Mahama said.
Yeah.
But this is it for me. I mean, part of the reason I say that in our part of the world, the challenge is this. So, in 2027, the NDC will be electing their flag bearer.
Are you sure about that? It could come earlier.
Well, if it comes earlier, that's 2026. But because they'll finish their national executive elections 2026, by 2027, end of year, they probably will be electing their flag bearer. Now, the moment they elect a flag bearer, everything about John Mahama, unfortunately, changes. Even before the election of a flag bearer, once they get into the second year, third year, they begin to think about the next election. So I am happy President Mahama is making this promise. Of course, we would assess him based on what he has said. And we would want the finance minister to continue as he has started and not let the election expenditure change things. If it does, I'm sorry, we'll go back.
Probably what I may want to say on that is, if I were President Mahama now, you would want to speed up the constitutional review process and to sever the ties between Parliament and the executive, so that you have absolute control when it comes to that point. Even before 2026, you should be able to roll out the law where you can't be a member of Parliament and at the same time a Minister of State. When you do that, you have absolute control over your ministers, and if you still want to be in my government, quote unquote, then of course you have to play a game with the president. It's as simple as that.
We had a conversation about this. The Constitutional Review Committee's recommendations are to be implemented by the next administration.
Yeah.
So yes, it would be a great advantage to John Mahama if he could do that, but I suspect he doesn't have that option.
Well, you never know. I mean, you could pick and choose. That's my point. Actually, you can pick and choose because there's.
You mean pick and choose which recommendations to?
Because now they have Winston. Now they have absolute majority in Parliament. They could trigger any form of reform even before implementing. In detail, whatever it is that the Constitutional Review Committee is recommending.
I will tell you.
So if you want to push that and want to still control your government, all you do is to reform the law.
I'll tell you one thing.
You have some.
So many of, so these recommendations will start from, like Kojo is saying, if he wants to further, I tell you one thing. There's a reason why it starts from the next administration.
I get that.
Because even members of Parliament today, who should play a major role in the passage of that, would not. Because they are beneficiaries of the current system.
Precisely.
But my point is, if you do it now, you have a bigger advantage, because now the whip system will force you to implement whatever it is that the president wants to enforce. So you do it earlier, knowing that of course the political success of all these individuals are tied to their appointments, and then once you get that absolute control over your government, you roll it out before even the constitutional reform.
Let's continue.
Anyway. But still on the front page of the Daily Guide, you find the whole banter between Felix Kwatiofosu and the former Attorney General, Godfred Yeboah-Dame. It looks like there's an RTI request that is now pointing out that as far back as 2025, looks like there was some work on the docket of the former, he's currently the Ashanti Regional Chairperson of the NPP, Chairman Wontumi. So it appears that indeed, and we're saying that it's based on the response from the current Attorney General himself, indicating that something was done previously by the Ghana Police Service.
Wait, when you say previously, when is previously?
I mean, this was done in 2025. The docket was ready as of 2025, according to the RTI report.
So that's kind of currently, isn't it? Not previously.
So I'm speaking to what was done before now. So it's being confirmed that indeed some efforts were underway. As far back as 2025. Yeah, that should be currently, as you're saying.
2025 is currently, not previously.
But some work was done during, the time of Godfred.
Okay, so let's get into other stories.
If you go to the Economy Times, Mahama confident in 2026 expansion as IMF cautions on bond market return. Economic activity resumes in full for 2026 after end of 2025 festivities, and gold boom, diaspora inflows propel Ghana city to historic year-end rally, shattering 3 decades seasonal volatility. The sad story of the demise of the founder of the Economic Times is also on the front page. Our colleague Elom Desewu, he was 48 years, and his funeral is going to happen on the 10th of January 2026. That's this weekend.
I didn't hear that. Yeah. So resting.
He died on the 24th
last week.
Yeah, last week.
No, 24th is last 2 weeks.
When we were in the studio. We're in the studio when the news came. Yeah.
Oh. May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
You know, the bit about gold boom and all, you know, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama, yesterday, has talked about how we have achieved that stability, that stabilization we talk about, even the gold for reserves program at a cost. And he believes that going forward, we'll be able to deal with this. I'd want to know the cost at which we achieved that. But that's
$214 million, Anna.
Well, I am waiting for audited reports. But based on the IMF document, we have lost $214 million. And so the IMF document, you can make reference to the IMF document because the IMF document is based on the Fifth Review, and that's something that the IMF gathered from, leaders. So that's it. You can make that. You can make that analysis and say, so far there's been a loss of $214 million as part of the domestic gold purchase program. Yeah,
a cost that we really ought to consider how to reduce.
Here we go.
Asked the question earlier this week. Could we have avoided this cost, or can we reduce that cost? I believe we should certainly be thinking of reducing it. I talked about how the current rate at which we buy the gold is so different from the interbank rate. And if we can close that gap, if the Bank of Ghana can bring in policies to close the gap between the market rate or the forex rate and the interbank rate, that will make a saving. When it comes to
because it appears all that matters to you is about FX and how it's
it has a big effect, right? So it's not all that matters. There are other factors here, but that's the big one, right? If we can fix the big one, we'll see a big difference, right?
For you?
Oh no, I think the evidence bears it out that it's a big one.
Market intermediation is not a bad thing. So now we can do market intermediation, but going forward, we cannot do that forever. At some point, because the boom we experience in commodity prices may not be forever, may not. So what do you do? And it's only in Ghana that, the things that we can do to help our economy are things that we say becomes recall, but we never do them. Because we know what we must do. And if we know what we must do, this whole conversation about import substitution, see, it saddens me that you've had today the Statistical Service of the Republic of Ghana actually shares with government, shares with all of us things that we need to, focus policy on. So, what is driving your inflation? If your inflation is mainly imported, it means that there are certain things that people are buying outside the country. Can you actually produce that locally here? How do you assist people, and at what rate can people sell them? These are conversations we must have. And once the data is pointing to these things, I don't know the difficulty. I don't know the problem. Some years ago we're talking about how tomato, for instance, was a huge contributor to inflation. Sometimes over 80%, 100% rate of inflation. But that's because you're importing tomatoes. So what do you do? What do you do? One of the first things of genetic engineering, I'm not talking about genetic modification, genetic engineering, was cassava from the north and south. The cassava from the north grew quickly. However, had certain toxic elements in there. So they had to genetically engineer them to pick things from the south and the north and produce cassava, which could grow in less than 9 months. Why? What's our problem? Why can't we do that for the tomato? Because today, if you go to the market, they say Navrungo and Burkina tomato. Why can't we do same?
And when it comes to something like tomatoes and agric, it's not just about yields. It's about post-harvest processes, storage, and related matters. And I always argue that Ghana produces enough tomatoes as we need. Okay, just that over 50% is lost through bad post-harvest and processing system. So if we did better in that particular space, we could actually save ourselves from the global tomato cartel, and reduce the inflation caused by tomato. Now, maybe, Winston, later let's look at commodity trading in general, including gold, and how come, for example, if you are trading a commodity like cashew, you have micro aggregators who go and aggregate from the farmers. Then the mega aggregator would aggregate from at every point somebody puts a margin on it, right? And the final seller sells it and also gets a margin and makes money. How is it that in aggregating gold for the BOG, the process is such that, and the system is such that the BOG ends up losing money? You're aggregating something to sell on the world market. How do we set up a system which causes us to lose money? The private sector players who used to aggregate gold and sell on the world market before we had the gold board and before we had this new policy, were they making these losses?
Great. Let's go for the online news review then. Kojo, brought to us by Zenith Bank.
Yes.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
And I'll just say at this point that season's greetings from Zenith Bank and the team. This festive season, you can carry out your transactions the easy way. It's with Z Mobile. Just dial *966#. You can also opt for the Zenith Internet Banking option, and with Zenith Bank you always have options. And here's the best part: the channels are fast, they're secure, and they happen in real time. So season's greetings again to you. It's from Zenith Bank, and Zenith Bank is working in your best interest.
Mahama marks 1 year in office with National Thanksgiving service at Jubilee House. This is my Joy Online. Joy News is also launching the Rose of Peril on January 8 to expose dangers lurking on Ghana's roads. That's presented by Pearl Ofori. Government can pay Ostingame backs nurses and midwife salary claims, and GRE says that VAT cuts is putting 6.5 billion Ghana cedis back in shoppers' pockets.
How much?
6.5 billion Ghana cedis back in shoppers' pockets as prices fall. This is GRE. Now, money still decides primaries, and that reality isn't changing soon. CDD fellow Osai Kwapon is speaking, and there's an interesting story here I want to share with you. Expert cautions campaigns and training alone won't attract youth to agriculture. And there's also a story that suggests that our remittances from the UK have dropped from about 28% to 17.5% between 2024 and 2025. And Wiala to be enskin paramount queen mother of Funsi.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes, a very good one for the area. Yeah.
Well, let me say good morning to Professor Lord Mensah. He says we allow nature to take its course when it comes to the bald head. Anyway, let's go for the BBC News now. Brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us, Glyco. We cushion you for life, and Petra Trust Petra. Achieve more.
In 2026.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi and James Copnall in London.
The White House says President Trump is discussing options to take over Greenland, including military action, in spite of objections from his European allies. Greenland is a largely self-governing part of Denmark, so we'll find out what Denmark is saying about this latest pronouncement from President Trump.
The United States has also said that authorities in Venezuela will hand over up to 50 million barrels of oil to America. Donald Trump said the oil would benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States.
And there have been more anti-government demonstrations in the Iranian capital, Tehran. We'll look at how widespread these demonstrations have become and assess the claims that thousands of people have been detained. That's all after this bulletin of the latest world news.
BBC News with David Harper. President Donald Trump says the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of what he called sanctioned oil to the United States. Writing on social media, Mr. Trump said the oil would be sold at market price and the money raised would be controlled by him. Here's our Latin America correspondent, Will Grant.
He said that
oil, so what he called sanctioned oil, would be sent from Venezuela to the United States, somewhere between 30 and 50 million barrels worth. That represents some $2 billion worth of oil in a move that is believed would affect China, because that would be the direction that Venezuela would otherwise be sending that oil. But according to Donald Trump, they will be, as he put it, turning it over to the United States.
The White House has said President Trump and his team have been discussing options to, as it described it, acquire Greenland, including the use of military force. It maintains that the Arctic territory is vital to US security. Here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has told the BBC that President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority of the United States because it's vital to deter American adversaries in the region. After the successful operation in Venezuela to arrest President Nicolas Maduro, Donald Trump told reporters that the US needed Greenland to counter security threats from Russia and China in the Arctic. Separately, a senior official in the Trump administration has told Reuters that options being discussed include purchasing Greenland from Denmark or forming some kind of close security alliance with the territory.
President Zelensky has praised agreements reached at a meeting of Ukraine's allies in Paris as efforts continue to thrash out common peace proposals for Washington to present to Russia. The agreements included a declaration of intent by France and Britain to deploy troops as part of a post-ceasefire multinational force, as our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse explains.
We're told thousands, and that they'd be partly involved in establishing military hubs. But what they do, if Russia relaunched hostilities, still needs to be ironed out. However, the presence of the senior US envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner was notable, not least with their joint declaration that America would provide a military backstop. Despite the air of optimism within the Elysee Palace, Donald Trump's unpredictable foreign policy could derail the plan, and Russia has previously said any Western troops on Ukrainian soil would be unacceptable.
The US Department of Health has frozen $10.6 billion in childcare and family assistance earmarked for 5 Democrat-governed states. It says it's concerned about fraud and misuse of public funds, but hasn't provided any evidence. The states affected are California, Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota and New York. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul promised to fight the move, saying children should not be used as political pawns. World News from the BBC. A Saudi-led coalition has said it's launched what it called limited preemptive strikes in Yemen to stop secessionists backed by the United Arab Emirates from escalating the conflict. Earlier, the coalition said the leader of the country's secessionist Southern Transitional Council had fled to an unknown destination after failing to board a plane to take him to the Saudi capital Riyadh for talks. In Myanmar, it's emerged that at least 8 people were killed when a convoy carrying election officials was attacked on Tuesday. The assailants targeted the 4-vehicle convoy on the road between the capital Naypyidaw and Canberra. 2 police officers were among those killed. It comes ahead of the second phase of the first election to be held by the military since they seized power nearly 5 years ago. Scientists in London will analyse tens of thousands of bowel cancer samples that have been stored for up to a century to try to solve the mysterious rise globally of the disease in people under the age of 50. By comparing old and current samples, they hope to glean clues that would explain the rise. Here's our health and science correspondent, James Gallagher.
In the basement of St Mark's, the National Bowel Hospital, is a unique collection of tens of thousands of bowel cancers. Some of the samples preserved in wax are 100 years old. They're going to be analysed by a team at the Institute of Cancer Research to look for patterns or signatures in their DNA that suggest the cause of each cancer. Seeing which signatures become more common through the decades could reveal the likely cause of the rising bowel cancer cases in young people.
The Czech State Security Council is due to discuss later what happens to a Czech-run international initiative to provide artillery ammunition for Ukraine. The scheme, funded by NATO and EU allies, involves Czech defence companies using their contacts to buy up shells on the global arms market and ship them to Ukraine. It was set up by the previous pro-Ukrainian Czech government, but the new right-wing government of Prime Minister Andrej Babiš has criticised the initiative. And that's the latest. BBC News.
Glyco Life Micro Insurance customers, hey! Glyco Life damwase, more piafo, ya sumo e konfinche duanai, bonsumuni ya nantiye, ye damwase, ne ya simuse, ye the Glyco Life app abba, ewo mobile phone swa. ama yenkita hudie ayemre. Glyco Life Micro Insurance goes digital. Say die, uye Glyco Life edwankoswo ana Glyco Life enidaswo customer. Ehu hia se obenya adansidie krata. Ekyerese wetua bibi ama Glyco. Die hia ni se ube downloadu Glyco Life app no ana ye agenta yatetom abefo kwan so ebeboa wo mwetumi a downloadu ewo phone so 24 hours ebre any baby a wo bia ubetumi etua wontie ni ama Glyco anampo ubetumi ajeusika efri Glyco nchen abefo kwan so sanhihye yi ede asomdwe ebebre Glyco Life adwadifo baby a wo any ebre bia Glyco we cushion you for life.
Hello, I am Teacher Jane. Are you Eric's mom? Yes. Well, today in class, he kept challenging me about a certain point for more than 5 minutes.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry, Mommy. I love his confidence. Our world needs more people who can speak up. So well done.
Oh, thank you. Confident, curious kids will change our world. Nido, especially formulated with iron, vitamin C, and A. Nido, your love, their future.
This advert is FDA approved.
For many years, we've been solving Ghana's water storage problems with quality tanks. Syntex tank. You know, it is strong, it's tough, and reliable. And now, we're in to solve the #1 problem when it comes to water carriage. Our pipes. With the state-of-the-art machinery, Syntex is providing very strong, tough, reliable, high quality, and durable pipes at a reasonable price. This is Syntex Pipes. With Syntex Pipes, water flows wow. I mean, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. If they carry water, no wahala. With Syntex Pipe, our water problems are solved. Syntex, are you strong? Are you tough?
Across the continent, the family meets once again. From Ivory Coast to Tanzania, Nigeria to Angola, everyone's got something to say. Until someone says that maybe it was only Ivory Coast's luck the last time. From 21 December to 18 January, everybody gathers for Africa's biggest football tournament. 24 countries, 52 games. It's the Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025. Join our family meeting live on Supersport, available on DSTV and GoTV.
No money and payday is 3 weeks away? How do I fix this? Bank loan, account setup, long process. Nah, forget it. Let me see if Fafa can help.
That was Dada Joe before he called Fafa.
Yes, Fafa from Bank of Africa can sort you out fast. From engine repairs to school fees or side hustle support, Quick Fix Loan from Bank of Africa is here for you. Call 030-224-9690 or chat Fafa at boaghana.com and take advantage of the Quick Fix Loan for salaried workers, offered at an unbeatable interest rate with no cash deposit required.
Promo is now extended to 31st December. T's and C's apply.
Hey, Fafa, wait here. Alpha Papa.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Hello, Mr. Headmaster.
Please sit. I want to discuss your child, Sarah. She is always asking questions. Questions after questions. It never stops.
Sorry, we will...
Oh, no, don't be sorry. We love her curiosity. Our world needs more curious minds. So, well done.
Oh, thank you. Confident, curious kids will change our world. Nido, especially formulated with iron, vitamin C, and A. Nido, your love, their future.
This advert is FDA approved.
And it goes towards Lovren.
Echo. I hear say you be football encyclopedia. Name 2 countries that dominated football back to back.
Italy and Brazil, legends.
You deserve to see the ultimate football experience live and color.
Enterprise Insurance Insurna Chile promo is now bigger. Just buy or renew your motor insurance for a chance to enjoy the ultimate football experience live. Feely. Hurry now.
Enterprise Insurance, I'm on my way.
Buy or renew your Enterprise motor insurance and win free fuel coupons, shopping vouchers, airtime, plus a chance to enjoy an all-expense-paid ultimate football experience for 3 lucky winners. Promo runs from January to May 2026. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise, your advantage.
Today, we hit the streets to ask Ghanaians, what would you do with free fuel for 1 year?
Oh, road trips with the girls every weekend.
That's extra savings to help fix my car.
Charlie, 1 whole year, I'll finally be able to visit my mom without worrying about the distance.
This season, it's feeling after filling from Shell with new and improved fuels so you can do the things you love. Buy 300 Ghana cedis or more worth of new and improved Shell fuels and stand a chance to win. Free fuel for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or even 1 year. It's time to try the new and improved Shell fuels with additives that deliver efficiency, cleaning, protection, and performance. Don't miss out. Fill up with new and improved Shell fuels and get rewarded. Promo runs till the 28th of February 2026. T's and C's apply.
New and improved Shell fuels. Simply better by far.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME Business Card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302 680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 FM.
And baby, I can never make two. Nah, nah, nah. And I know you came here with your crew. But I promise you that it feels like it's just us two. Oh, I don't know what you had planned to do tonight, but I just wanna be the one to do you right. And we're standing here looking at each other, baby, eye to eye. And I'm hoping that you're thinking about leaving with me tonight. You said you came for love in the club, 'cause I wanna tell them they wrong. Come on, just baby, try a new thing, and let's spark a new flame. You gon' be my baby, love me crazy. Tell me if you ready, baby, come and get it. Try a new thing, and let's spark a new flame. Let me holler at her. I can't believe you keep me all alone, baby girl. Is you love her? Oh, it don't really matter, 'cause I got plans to get to know you better. Yeah. Baby, 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 let's make what we got here last forever. Girl, 'cause I don't wanna let you go. Never. I don't know what you had planned to do tonight.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. New Flame, Chris Brown, Asha and Rick Ross. Where was Obete last night? Anyway, look guys, 1 year ago, the second coming of John Dramani Mahama. And he becomes, if by the end of his tenure, he would have become the longest serving president under the Fourth Republic. Now, in that inaugural speech, the president talked about one of the key pillars of his 2024 campaign, a 24-hour economy.
Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to.
So that was President John Dramani Mahama on the 7th of January 2025. And look, on that day, he talked about other things, including the much talked about reset agenda. And here, when I talk about the reset agenda, he says, and I quote, "Is there a reason to hope? Yes, there's every reason to hope. You must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust that things will happen. With faith, you believe, you know, and that is why we need a reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our leaders. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions, and we need a reset. We need to reset our faith in Ghana, and by that I mean in all of us, because we are Ghana, and you know, we are Ghana, and you are Ghana. You seated in the stands to my left and right, to you seated within the perimeter here, are Ghana. The people who are with you or near you as you watch this on television or listen on radio or follow on social media, I ask that you enter into a covenant with me, Ghana, and the good people who make up our nation. I ask that you envision the Ghana you want to live in and the Ghana you want to leave behind to your children and grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana? What behavior, attitude, and mindsets can you reset? We need a reset. We have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the norm. John Dramani Mahama, 2025, January 7. Guys, it's been 1 year. What do you say has stood out for you? What do you say has met your expectations? And what do you say has more room for improvement?
Well, I mean, it's been an eventful year, a memorable one. I don't think there is anybody who can say say they cannot see the gains made economically in this 1 year. And I think John Mahama's first year will go down in history as having chalked up some of the most impressive numbers when it comes to economic recovery. There are also areas in which we wonder when the work will begin, and the 24-hour economy is one of them. We wonder. I mean, when this whole thing began about the 24-hour economy, I was questioning whether or not we had put in enough, I was questioning whether or not we had put in enough actual policy preparation. Have we sat around the table and asked ourselves, okay, 24-hour economy, is it something needed? How badly is it needed? Currently, with our 12-hour economy, what are the disadvantages at which we are operating? And is the 24-hour economy a solution to those disadvantages? I use this analogy. If a politician comes to us and says, I'm going to build an airport in Kaswa, will we applaud him for it?
It's the Federal Republic of Kaswa.
Will we applaud him for it? Do we require an airport in Kaswa? Does Ghana require an airport in Kaswa? So did we ask those same questions about the 24-hour economy? We have a population of 30 million people. Do we need our economy to operate at 24/7? Is that what we need? Well, some might say, okay, it will create jobs. Okay, yeah. But is there a demand? for it.
Okay.
So did we answer those questions before we went into it? Well, now we are in it. It's been a year. Where is it? Where is the 24-hour economy? How far along are we with it? Is it we hear now that it is not a destination, it is a journey, right? Okay, so where are we in the journey? Right.
Could you know what we'll do? I'll get back to you later on. I'm just taking brief comments from all of you, and then we'll get into details later. Kojo Boateng.
1 year on, I think Mahama's second coming has been very good. If you look at certain sectors of the economy, especially the macro economy, it's been good. My only worry about some of the other things and whether we are looking at our development with a holistic approach. I love the big push, for example. I love that we are even building all these expressways and all these new roads from Accra to wherever. It's great. But beyond the infrastructure, like I always say, who is sitting down to ensure that whatever we are investing in actually, beyond what we will see, retains a lot of value in the country and leads us into a new phase of that particular industry. If we are driving the big push, how are we going to use the big push to build Ghanaian conglomerates that can take over West Africa and with time Africa? Grow 24. How are we going to build our value chains in our Greek so that we are food sovereign, not just for food security, but some of the threats to our food sovereignty is removed. Seed production, they are basic inputs that you should own. And if we are doing that, which institutions are we supporting to actually ensure that almost all the seed we need can be produced here, and we don't have to go find some $200-300 million every year to import seed, fertilizer, all those things, even equipment. There is this big, and I'll take you there one of these days, one of the projects that I worked on at a point. There's this big foundry which is being built at Kwabenya. The superstructure has been built, equipment have been brought in. It's under the Ministry of Environment. How do we complete that foundry so that we make our engine blocks, we make almost all the parts we need for mechanization when it comes to agric transportation in here, so that we don't go to Egypt again to go and buy 300 buses. So that's the thing for me. I think the first year has been good. Macro has been great. Confidence in the economy is great. But we need to use this second year to actually build the right foundations for continuity and sustainability.
Okay.
And whilst we do all the things we do, let's also not forget about some of the impacts of some of the things we are doing. I'll give you one last example. Roads,
Briefly,
for example.
Yes.
We are constructing the Ofanko to Nsaham Highway. It's 5 lanes on each side. It's going to increase the water collection rate when it rains. And if we are collecting more water in that particular area, it means that Ofanko, those areas will flood more. Beyond Ministry of Roads building the roads, have we worked with Ministry of Works and Housing and Hydrological Services to ensure that we'll mitigate flooding in these areas? We built the George Bush Highway and flooding in Jolu increased. So as we put in place a lot of things, let's think 360 so that we actually drive development without burdening ourselves tomorrow, and also retaining a lot of the value within the country.
Blessed.
Well, I'll just say that in every democracy, obviously, the fulcrum around which you'd want to assess or weigh the effectiveness of every government is public opinion. And there are very few institutions that help us shape that, at least the carry-outs, based on consistency, some level of scientific research, just to know what Ghanaians think about how we're faring. Musa Danko's Global Info Analytics has been on that in the last few days, pointing out that clearly, if you're looking at it from the view of Ghanaians, they believe that the NDC is doing way more better, and that if elections were even held today, again, if there were to be a rematch, John Mahama would have won by a larger percentage. So that's the view of Ghanaians if we're to go by what it is that Global Info Analytics is telling us. So the ratings are quite high. But the downside obviously will be about the Afrobarometer. It's out pointing out some disturbing concern that even though you have a well-functioning democracy where people believe in the president, the ratings are high, our courts now are becoming a place where people don't trust which is very strange in any democracy, right? So you'd want to see the government do more when it comes to legal reforms, justice delivery. Probably these are some of the areas that I would expect the government to work a bit much more on. But for now, the ratings are quite high. And Winston, you were just expressing concerns that you hope President Mahama would be able to hold that power, wield that executive power all through to the end. And that's why, again, I'm pushing once more that even before the constitutional reform process, there is nothing legally stopping the president from going ahead and saying that, look, this is where it all ends. You can't be a member of parliament and be a member of my government. He needs
to amend the constitution.
Yeah, I believe so. Whatever the case, let's do that now, so that by 2027 or early 2027, you still have control, because then people would want to keep their jobs and not necessarily
chicken and egg situation
please their political party.
My only challenge with that is that if you have to amend the constitution, go into a referendum, why don't you wait and do it at the same time?
No, let's not do everything at the same time.
And that's the answer to your...
You never know, you might get an appointment.
I don't want
The funny thing is that the same parliament that you rely on to make that change,
they won't agree.
Well, they are the ones who lose from the change.
But
so,
guys,
you know,
let me just make this point. And I remember very well when we were reviewing, when the NDC was launching its manifesto, I asked the question about a 24-hour economy. I asked what was the efficiency assessment that talked about the need, for instance, to have 24-hour economy within our public sector. At the time, people felt, no, we need... But you see, this is the point. Beyond employment, efficiency is key. So, while it may make sense for you that if you truly need a 24-hour economy, public service delivery, why not have it? If we're to do an efficiency assessment, we'd realize that we do not need it within the public sector. What we need is to ensure that the numbers that are currently there will do the right thing. At the time, we asked questions about the 24-hour economy and what was the plan. And we saw the FAQs from the NDC Communication Directorate at the time on the 24-hour economy. What actually happened post that was, again, the group, the secretariat, sitting down and now engaging people. Now, the secretariat did not just start the engagements, by way of saying we have done everything, but they actually were soliciting views, which told me that the 24-hour economy was again part of what we have done in this country all this while. We throw out a slogan, and then once we are elected, we find out how to implement it. Look, I'll just use 2 minutes to do this. The 1D1F, while in opposition, the NPP actually had a great plan. And you saw that billboard at the Ghana Standards Authority, Kojo Boateng, where every district they indicated its competitive advantage and the factory that was to be established. Except that they did not find out the existing industries in those districts that could be assisted to actually enhance the 1D1F. When they got into government, they talked about giving every district 2 million cedis as equity funding for 1D1F. But when the pressure came to mount on them, they changed that, sat in Accra, and then started posting people to districts. And that was part of the problems that 1D1F failed, because the literature was there to tell us. The literature was also there to tell us that there must be a sense of development. Otherwise, government would have to push in so much money if you want to do a 24-hour economy. And by the time they got into office, they realized that it was not Agenda 133, as was trumpeted in opposition, that more had to be done when it comes to a 24-hour economy.
Winston, if I could chip in there, that I feel that the 24-hour economy is just legally injuncted. That's my view on this, because you're trying to promote an investor-centered policy where you have your investment promotion laws militating against all of these concerns. I was just telling Kojo off air that you have a situation where in this country you have a minimum threshold that you must meet if you want to invest in this country, right? Once you bring that, you are legally injuncting people who have dollars, who have cash sitting elsewhere.
That's an act we can amend today.
Well, but I mean, it's legally injuncted.
We passed the Gold Board Act.
So I'm just trying to say that the viability of the policy is still there. Except to say we have a legal injunction.
The answer to that is commitment. If you want to do it today, you do it today. But I have a lot to say.
The thing is, do we need our system to operate 24 hours?
Guys, let me tell you about...
the 8 hours. Can we not solve our problems?
No.
We need 24.
Are you sure?
In certain sectors, you need to sweat the assets and sweat the resources you have.
Okay, so let me tell you about...
sectors is required. In certain sectors, maybe not so much.
Let me tell you
it's not
about
whether we need it or not, but how do we do it and do it right?
We'll continue the conversation later. Don't worry, we have time for you. Gentlemen of the press, we have time for you. But let me tell you about the SG Ghana Festive Cashback promo. Well, we are in you're in the first week of January out of the 10 weeks.
Yeah.
We know it can be tough, but actually not this time, because between now and the 31st of January, use your SG Ghana Visa card for all your transactions. Make at least 5 transactions of 2,000 and above, and stand the chance of winning your share of the 120,000 in the grand draw. The more transactions you make, the better your chances of winning. So spend with confidence this festive season, and January might just reward you. SG Ghana Visa Festive Cashback promo. Spend now, smile later. For inquiries, call 0302-214-314. Terms and conditions apply, and this promo is regulated by NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Societe Generale, the future is you.
In this our 2026, we are not going to be using the wrong tanks. We'll use only the tank with the tortoise on it. Syntex tank, the champion of water tanks. Rain or shine, they've got your back. Designed for the Ghanaian weather, you absolutely need to upgrade to Syntex tank. And here's how you do it. You call 0244-335-168, or you find one of their over 400 agents across the country. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
And GT Bank is moving closer to you and opening doors to even better banking experiences. GT Bank has opened 2 new branches to serve you better in the Upper East region and another one in the Greater Accra region. Now, these new branches reflect GT Bank's strong commitment to bringing exceptional banking services closer to its customers wherever they are. So you can now enjoy world-class banking at the new GT Bank Bolgatanga branch located at plot number 150 Central Residential Area, directly opposite the main lorry station. And there's also the new one in Accra here at Teshi, GPS code GZ034090008. It's between the Teshi Mobile and the post office. So it means that you have access to faster service, more convenience, and this Teshi Mobile. Yes, they call it mobile because that's the name of, like, if you go to Koforidua, there's Mobile 1, Mobile 2. It's become a name that is stuck with the place, right? So the GT Bank office at Teshi is between the Teshi Mobile and the post office stretch. And so you can go open your accounts to loans, digital banking support, and everyday transactions. GT Bank is ready to serve you with speed, simplicity, and a smile. So Bolga, Teshi, and beyond, walk into any GT Bank branch today and feel the difference. Guaranteed Trust Bank, proudly African, truly international.
Each morning we're giving you safety tips, and that's because we want you to be safe out there. Tell that filling station attendant, please stop at the correct level, no topping off. Responsible filling prevents pressure build-up and keeps your home safe all year. So make that safe LPG habit today and make it part of your 2026 resolution. And this message is brought to you by Comac.
Well, it's raining deals at Bank of Africa, 10% interest rate, no collateral, and up to 5 months net salary. Yes, you heard right. So visit any Bank of Africa branch today to sign up for a quick fixed loan and enjoy this amazing deal. Call them 0302-429-333 or 0302-249-690. Chat with Fafa at boaghana.com for more information. T's and C's apply. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Good morning to my friend Angela, who's at the Ghana Tourism Authority. She says that she's started putting Kingdom Store online onto her honey-do list.
Wow.
So, yes, every morning she reminds her significant other to go shopping at kingdomstoreonline.com for the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery. Of course, at the greatest prices that you can pay via Momo across all networks, and of course they'll deliver to your home or office in good time, and it's free delivery if you live in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And life is moving fast, so your insurance should too. And with the Glyco Life app, managing your life policy is now as easy as checking your socials. Track your policy, pay premium, submit claims, and download documents all on your phone, anytime, anywhere. No queues, no paperwork, no stress. Just tap, scroll, and you are sorted. Download the Glyco app, Life app today on the Play Store or the App Store, and enjoy great services from Glyco. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
And guys, how about reminding you this morning, if you're listening to us, that there are some sweet deals happening at Total Energies today. It's happening all throughout this month until the end of it. So walk into any Total Energies station today, enjoy 5% off all lubricants. Yes, 5% off all lubricants. Keep your engine running. And this is happening because Total Energies wants to power you today. So don't miss out this amazing offer. Visit Total Energies today. Total Energies is committed to better energy.
Well, it's back as Fidelity Bank's Sika Boom Reloaded. Save 500 Ghana cedis or more and stand a chance to win up to 100,000 Ghana cedis in the grand draw. And every 500 deposit gives you more chances to win 5,000 cedis monthly. Visit any Fidelity Bank branch or agent point to deposit in multiples of 500 and win big. Don't have an account? Open one today. Fidelity Bank is here for your journey. Sika Boom style. Promo is on NLA's Caritas platform. So when we return after these messages, with time for your sports and birthday shouts here on the Super Morning Show. We'll also get into the assessment of President John Dramani Mahama's first year in office as President of the Republic of Ghana. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
Hello, this be Kwakesi. Who this?
Frida this crowd make we step out small. Gonya Muda said the carnival for town they start now.
Yeah. Miss it there, see my fiber they fire off. Download liquor, do streaming they go on. Gaming suit no buffering. If you bring your way, they more fiber.
Oh wow, so you really no go come and pa.
Frida you pa. Charlie for what? MTN unlimited fiber. Internet day here, make a promote.
This broadcast put your home on MTN Unlimited Fiber Internet and make the fun day right where you are. Fast speed, pure fiber, truly unlimited. Visit my MTN app to check fiber availability or to subscribe.
MTN.
Ever wondered what else your Standard Chartered Visa card can do? It is not just for taking money from ATMs. Your Standard Chartered Visa card is the enjoyment card. Use it to shop at malls and supermarkets and for all your online transactions. Book and pay for that overdue vacation online and win fantastic rewards like airtime, Melcom gift vouchers, and a weekend stay at a plush hotel and many more. It is the enjoyment card. So next time you're about to make any payment, let your Standard Chartered Visa card lead the way, not cash. It is your gateway to secure, convenient, and rewarding payments. Visit the 360 Rewards website for more information. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Every family is a team, and every player has a role. Mums and dads, siblings, grandparents, aunts and uncles, and even that one cousin who can't tell a foul from offside, but who always remembers your birthday. Even if you're far away, you can still score for your team. Send them money with Western Union. Cash pickup in minutes. Check it out at westernunion.com.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu,
colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
And birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Whose birthday is it today?
Today is a special day for the arts and creative industry. Today is the birthday of the legend Ebo Taylor.
Oh,
yes, today is the birthday of the legend Ebo Taylor, from Abdabraka Blue Mox to Wine. He's been one of the pillars of Ghanaian music. And Ebo Taylor is over 80 years old, almost 90, I think. Yeah, so happy birthday to Ebo Taylor, Uncle Ebo, Grandpa Ebo, Legend Ebo. Happy birthday to you. And happy birthday going out to Efia Osei Akoto. And also a special one going out to a very good friend of ours, James Kwesi Obeku, aka the James Star of KNUST. Happy birthday to you,
And
James.
today is the birthday of Robert Tete Coleman. He turns 50 years today.
Yes.
The king of AstroTurfs, CEO of Wembley Construction. So happy birthday to you, Robert Tete Coleman. And today also, I think I've got a final birthday. It's happy birthday to Stephen Ni Amatete of Ashirase Kuyapim, from your wife and all your children, who say enjoy your new age.
And this one is from Kofi Bedema and the kids to his wife, Selassie Joan Bedema. Happy birthday to you, Selassie, from your husband Kofi and the boys.
So today happens to be the birthday of my former employee, Steve Boache. Steve used to be my assistant a number of years ago. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Steve.
Okay, so we can get into the Sports Center now. Brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. FPAC blows your pain away. DSTV, your home of entertainment. Twisco, power your dream. And Western Union, send and receive money around the world.
We are still in the Christmas and New Year vibe, and that's not going to leave us anytime soon, especially when it comes to our internet requirements, right? That period within the Christmas when you used to buy data and then it vanishes, and then you get into the new year, you start work, you buy data and it vanishes. It's all gone, okay? MTN Fiber is solving this problem for you. It's fiber, it's unlimited, it's fast, and it's on fire. And this season, put your home or business on MTN Fiber and enjoy a special range of packages for new users, plus even better offers for existing customers. And here is a bonus: the first 60 customers to sign up will receive vouchers from MTN. Now, for new customers, just log into the My MTN app, tap more, and request for broadband to check availability in your community, or you dial *5057# and follow the prompts. MTN everywhere you go. And today they've published in the Ghanaian Times the review tariffs because of the VAT amendment. Charlie, the prices have dropped though.
Fantastic.
So go get the MTN Fiber and enjoy.
We're still in that festive season. Enjoy endless specs with your Standard Chartered Visa card. It's the enjoyment card, we like to call it. Book trips, make reservations, and also handle all of your holiday shopping with some special discounts. Treat yourself and your loved ones with some amazing gifts without the worry of cost, because there are some exclusive offers for you coming through from Standard Chartered. So that's the best part. So when you use that card, it's accepted in over 1 million destinations around the world. We're telling you this morning to go ahead, shop, dine and travel effortlessly at millions of locations worldwide, enjoying that convenience and unbeatable rewards from Standard Chartered today. Your Standard Chartered Visa card isn't just for payments, it's the enjoyment card. So celebrate today and enjoy the festive season, one swipe at a time. Standard Chartered is here for good.
And stay tuned to the Sports Center now for the analysis, team news and the all-round updates of AFCON 2025, powered by Western Union. Aju.
Winston, and thank you very much. On that note, to bring you the Joy Sports Center from Morocco. Of course, big in our minds today has to be inside AFCON. But first, Inside AFCON on the Joy Sports Center is always brought to you by Western Union. And last night, this happened.
Push pass from Abdelli into Zarouki. Zarouki inside the fullback to Balbina. Algeria on the charge. Here they are. Oh, that is sensational from Aldil Balbina to surely settle this game from Algeria. Lift off of the Moulay Al Hassan Stadium.
Adel Balbina striking a late last-minute win for Algeria to snatch victory from DR Congo deep in extra time as they made it to the quarterfinals of the African Cup of Nations. With a round of 16 class seemingly destined for penalties, he cut in from the left side and unleashed a dipping effort that kissed the underside of the crossbar before hitting the net. Algerian fans at the Prince Moulay Al Hassan Stadium obviously were overjoyed by the victory and shared their thoughts after the game.
Adel Balbina, I love you! We have the best squad and the best team. We will go to the final and we will take it with us to Algeria. Viva l'Algérie! Jema Maghreb, Tahia Jazair, on est là et on va au quart de finale dans sa mère.
The sounds of joy from Algerian fans in Morocco last night. The Desert Foxes will now face Nigeria in the quarterfinal on Saturday. Meanwhile,
Young Demand trying to thread it through to Kessia again. Danger not gone yet. Ahmad! He's done it again! It's turning out to be the Ahmad Diallo show!
Amad Diallo scored one goal and created another to continue his excellent form in Morocco as defending champions Cote d'Ivoire East past Burkina Faso. They won that game by 3-0 in the round of 16 fixture in Marrakech. They will now face record 7-time winners Egypt in a heavyweight quarterfinal in Agadir on Saturday. A colossal clash that's a repeat of the 2006 decider, where the North African side triumphed on penalties after a goalless draw. The other two quarterfinal fixtures will see Mali and Senegal face off at 4 p.m. on Friday, while Cameroon take on host Morocco at 7 p.m. Back home in Ghana. So that's it for Inside AFCON, proudly brought to you by Western Union. Back home in Ghana, Kumasi Asante Kotoko, they'll continue their MTN FA Cup title defense when they take on city rivals King Faisal in the round of 32. That game kicks off at 3 p.m. and it's happening at the Babara Sports Stadium. Meanwhile, in the Ghana Premier League, leaders Mediama Sporting Club face second place Gold Stars in their FA Cup round of 32 game, also happening at 3 p.m. today at the TNA Stadium, just a week after they played out a goalless draw in the league. Mediama boss Ibrahim Tanko is confident of a victory.
Said it's like we are playing our second half. Last week we played them, so definitely it's not much will change, and we are eager to go to the next one. So definitely we are doing everything possible to go to the next one. No, it's possible because I always said each of them can start at any time. So we will see the best possible 11 that we will have to face a strong side and BBN Gold Stars.
Ibrahim Tanko is head coach of Mediama Sporting Club. Speaking of Mediama, their last league game on Sunday, some rather dramatic scenes with Hatzavuk's assistant coach Abdullah Ghazali now being asked to answer for his role in some of the scenes that happened off the pitch. He's been charged by the GFA for allegedly assaulting a ball boy during their 1-0 defeat to Midyama in Takwa over the weekend. He has until tomorrow to respond to the charges. Both Hearts of Oak and Ghazali have since released separate statements apologizing for his conduct and promise to cooperate in investigations. Moving on, former Ghana Football Association President Keto Kweku has urged GFA authorities to put aside sentiments and hand call-ups to Callum Hudson-Odoi and Edin Ketia for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The England-based pair, they've been the subject of discussion since the Black Stars secured qualification for the World Cup. Some officials and fans have made it clear that players who rejected Ghana previously will not be selected for the World Cup in Canada, Mexico and US.
The Black Stars is open to every Ghanaian who is eligible to play. If me at my age, I'm 57, at my age I can play and score, give me the chance. If a Ghanaian lives in Iceland and he can play and make sure we win our games, give him the chance. Some people become a bit sentimental and emotional. Oh, this guy, damn Ghana, and when this, for me, I am interested in people who can help us to achieve our results. Some people like Edin Ketia or Hudson-Odoi, let's take out the emotions and give them the chance. If they could think that they can compete favorably and earn places in their team, that's what we should do.
That was former GFA President Kwesi Nyantakyi. Apologies for mixing up the name with the current office holder. But yeah, his word on the FIFA World Cup. Look, every year before the World Cup, sometimes even while the tournament is going on, we hear all of these reports of people being defrauded and challenges with the visa, tickets, acquisition, and all of that. This year, we don't want to hear any of those stories. And that's why we're recommending to you the best in the business. And I'm talking here about Litina Travel and Tours. They are giving you a 2-in-1 experience to make sure that you're able to go and enjoy the best of the global football showpiece in Canada, USA, and Mexico. So the package at Litina Travel and Tour includes your visa to watch all 3 group stage matches, 3 official match tickets, return charter flights, top class hotel accommodation, travel insurance, and exclusive access to business networking events across all 3 host nations. And so when you're doing business with Litina Travel and Tours, you don't need to worry about having to go and queue for your visa appointments or navigating the choppy waters of getting your match tickets of all or any of that. No, simply contact Litina Travel and Tours. Give them a call on 0244 260 789 0244 260 789. Or if you're one of those guys or ladies who just wants to see who you're paying your money to, you can walk into the office at the Alisa Hotel Northridge here in Accra and secure your spots on this once in a lifetime journey. So make sure you get in touch with Litina Travel and Tours and get your tickets and visa and every other need associated to the World Cup sorted for you before it is too late. Away from that, in England, Antoine Semenyo is scheduled to undergo a medical with Man City tomorrow as he closes in on a £65 million move from AFC Bournemouth. The transfer is expected to move into its final stages after Bournemouth's match against Tottenham Hotspur later tonight. Ahead of the game, Bournemouth boss Andoni Iraola confirmed on Tuesday that Semenyo will feature in the game while acknowledging that it could be his final game.
Yes, Antoine will play tomorrow, yes. I can give you my opinion from my experience, but there is nothing signed with Antoine Semenyo. If you ask me personally, what do you think? With all the noise and this, I think could be the last game. But I cannot guarantee it. You know, it's like my personal opinion, because I understand the market, I understand the noise, but right now there is nothing agreed, there is nothing signed. So for me, it's our player, and I hope he continues. But my understanding also, because I've been in other markets before, in this club and in others, there is a chance it's his last game also, yes.
Of course, Bournemouth will take the money. We're talking about up to £65 million. But their manager, Andoni Iraola, is the man who has to live with losing Antoine Semenyo. And he's been talking about how irreplaceable Semenyo is.
Yes, I didn't know it was his birthday. I think he has been very professional. He has dealt with this situation, whatever it happens, I think very well. He's always been ready to play, to give everything. I want him to play very well tomorrow, and let's see what happens. Even in any circumstances, almost impossible to replace. Even in a winter market, it's even more difficult.
Bournemouth boss Andoni Iraola full of praise for Antoine Semenyo, who's on the cusp of signing for Manchester City. Speaking of Man City, last weekend they drew 1-0 with Chelsea, who have now confirmed the appointment of Liam Rosenhill as their head coach on a 6.5-year deal. He joins from Strasbourg on a contract that runs until 2032 to replace Enzo Maresca, who left Chelsea last week. Rosenhill will take charge of his first game on Saturday, and that's an FA Cup third-round fixture at Charlton Athletic. Meanwhile, Pep Guardiola has described Ruben Amorim as a top manager, while also believing that new managers are getting less time to prove themselves in the Premier League. Amorim was sacked by Man United after 14 months in charge, with his departure coming days after Enzo Maresca's shock exit from Chelsea.
Yeah, it's a fact. Less time. I know. Like what happened with Enzo, so I cannot say anything for respect for the players and for the institutions, Chelsea or United. All I can say the same. So Ruben is a top manager. So the decision has been made for our neighbors. So I wish Ruben all the best in the future.
Josep, the son of Guardiola, speaking about Ruben Amorim. Well, Guardiola later tonight will be leading City as they take on Brighton at 7:30 p.m. Man United will also be away to Burnley in the Premier League. Speaking of that game, Darren Fletcher is going to take charge of that affair while Man United continue to hold preliminary talks with former players Michael Carrick and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to be the caretaker manager until the rest of the season. In Spain, Real Madrid forward Kylian Mbappe is set to miss Thursday's Spanish Super Cup semi-final. That game is against Atletico Madrid. He's recovering from a knee injury with the club, and they've named him as part of the traveling squad to Saudi Arabia without Kylian Mbappe. So he's not part of the traveling squad as a result of the knee injury that he is recovering from.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer or Michael Carrick?
I would say Michael Carrick.
Why not Solskjaer?
Solskjaer is actually a better fit.
Yes.
The problem with Solskjaer is that people get too attached to him easily.
Wait.
And when it's time to say goodbye and
no,
go.
before you continue, wait. I know there are people on the Ghana Man United fan page, supporters page, listening to you right now, and will not be happy with you. But you go.
I know. So, as I've said, Ole is a better fit for the job than Michael Carrick. I mean, the last time he was there, he did so well, except he overstayed his welcome, obviously aided by Manchester United. The love people feel for Ole is so strong that, and you saw it, all of the ex-players. Remember the famous Ferdinand video where he was saying Ole is at the wheel, he's doing it and all. They get too excited. And then the club feels its hands are tied. Then they make permanent what should be just a quickie. You see.
So Ole should not.
If only they will be disciplined enough to shake hands at the end of the season and say, move on. I'm all for it. Because I have no doubt in my mind that if Ole takes charge of this team, I think he makes the top four.
Okay.
At a canter. I think he makes the top four. However, when that happens, when that happens, everybody who today is saying that, oh, he should be there just until the end of the season, will suddenly look at that and say, wait a minute, if he's been able to do it in 6 months, well, we might as well back him.
So for you, because of the attachment people have when it comes to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, he should go. He shouldn't be giving the job. But can Michael Carrick do that interim job?
Look, it won't get any worse than Amorim. But last season we finished 15th. Yeah.
And this season we could have been in the top
two. This season,
if we had a better
coach. You look at the Premier League table and you look at the points difference, United are actually closer to 15-2 than United. There are 11 points separating Man United and Aston Villa.
Yes.
No be so.
Yes.
Check the points difference between United and the teams below. United are a few United are a few defeats closer to 15th than there are wins closer to the top four. So I've made peace with the fact that this team will not be consistent this season. Ole will give you a short-term fix and make Champions League next season. If only you are disciplined enough to shake hands at the end of the season.
In 15 seconds, who should the team go for?
Long term? Oh, my manager is in Saudi Arabia.
Who's that?
Simone Inzaghi. Acts like a big club and buy him out of his contracts.
Well, thank you. But buy him out of his contract.
That's what big clubs do.
Saudi is not easy.
Jose Mourinho had just won the treble with Inter Milan. Madrid knew he was the only guy to break Barcelona's dominance. They after the Champions League final, Florentino Perez's spanking new BMW was outside of the Bernabeu.
Thank you very much, Victor Achutamaklo, which means now time for the Business Minute, brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. Consumers are calling on government to intervene after transport operators refuse to reduce fares despite a significant drop in fuel prices. The Ghana Revenue Authority has appealed to consumers to demand VAT receipts after purchases to ensure they fully benefit from the government's recent tax relief measures. The Ghana cedi appreciated by more than 4% in December 2025, marking one of the strongest monthly performances in recent times, although analysts say the real test will come in the first quarter of 2026. And gold has declined as traders look beyond heightened geopolitical tensions to US economic data releases due this week. Bullion was near $4,470 an ounce, having risen more than 4% over the previous 3 sessions. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And this morning our focus is on President John Dramani Mahama's first year as President of the Republic of Ghana. We're assessing his performance, and we're doing this with you. So get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Social media messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief.
And this season, bills shouldn't scare you because you can enjoy free cash from EcoBank in the 5-star enjoyment promo. Simply deposit in multiples of 400 Ghana cedis, or you take a loan in multiples of 4,000 Ghana cedis to build points and enter a draw for a chance to win your share of 1.5 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. It includes a 1-year insurance cover, gift vouchers, and multiples of 10,000 Ghana cedis, okay? And there's more. Customers who transact with their EcoBank card or use the digital platforms enjoy up to 15% discount on rides, experiences, events, and more. So don't miss out. Tap into vibes and be one of the 10,000 lucky winners in the EcoBank 5-star enjoyment promo. Deposit more, enjoy more. And remember that the promo runs till 31st January 2026. T's and C's apply. The promo is supervised by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform, and EcoBank will never ask you for your PIN or your password. When in doubt, you call 0800 003225 for assistance. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Why are you smiling?
Let me say good morning to my friend Rudolph Dogbe. He just sent me a message. He says, Massa, it be only in January we dog the feature sugarcane. January, sugarcane.
Dog, they feed you sugarcane.
How can you give your dog sugarcane?
Yes, but in the month of January too, I'm surprised that one of our guys in the production space bought Gobe 40 Ghana cedis.
Yeah, that's okay.
He spent 40 Ghana cedis on Gobe.
Yeah, you bought Gobe. So that's Gobe.
Inflation has dropped. How do you buy Gobe 40 Ghana cedis?
You see, the inflation.
Why? Is the palm oil made of the blood of Jesus?
I think we have been doing something in this country. The inflation. We are looking at national inflation. We're not looking at his personal inflation. You see, the fact that...
Gobe 40 cedis.
Wait. Because I get people saying inflation is done, but food prices are not going up.
Gobe there. Oto Gary and beans. 5 cedis.
Gary and beans is not 5 cedis.
What are to 10 cedis?
15.
Okay, 15 cedis.
20.
Then we buy cocoa 10 cedis. And then 1 egg. Egg is 2 cedis or 5 cedis.
Egg is 5 cedis.
So why do you buy Gobe 40
That's
cedis?
40 cedis. That's 40 cedis. 20.
The pepper they will add to, they don't sell it.
No. See, my brother. Let's do it. Let's do it.
You bought Gobe 40 cedis.
No, let's do it this
month of January.
He's
not spending efficiently.
Wait. We are comparing the rate of increase. The rate of increase in 2024.
Ask Obet if you will buy Gobe 40 cedis.
No, but I'm just saying we are comparing the rate of increase in 2024. December. To the rate of increase in 2025 December.
Okay.
Now the December 2024 increase was compared to the December 2023 increase.
Okay, so the
And
6% doesn't mean prices are coming down,
Never,
but they are not increasing as fast as it used to increase. Then
the rate of increase of prices is 6.3%.
Okay,
but that is the national average. We've been saying this.
So if he bought gobe in 2024 for say 30%, December 2024 30%, and inflation is 6% in December 2025.
On the average, you're expecting that what he bought for 40 cedis should go up by 6%.
Okay.
So that's about 2 point something Ghana cedis based on the rate. I mean, this is for purpose of analysis.
Yes, not like
because we also say that your personal inflation is different. And the whole concept of inflation, there's a whole basket and there's a weight. You see, we have a weight that we put on every item.
Yeah.
So if a particular item has, say, 2.0 weight, that means if the rate of inflation is higher, that item's rate has a huge contribution or has a higher contribution compared to an item where the rate of inflation is, say, 0.5%.
Okay.
It's the reason sometimes if you are a lover of dog meat, the rate of inflation could be 100%, but its weight is 0.0.
Yeah.
So in the scheme of things, the rate of inflation of the price of dog will not be factored in.
Why are you changing gobe to dog?
No, because some people like dog.
Yes, my friends from Sandema.
And there's been analysis about dog some time ago where the rate of inflation was 100%.
Avonchekoko.
Yes, was 100%. But its weight was 0.00%.
So the 40 CD gobe makes sense.
Oh, it does, because in his a personal case, maybe the person that he's buying from, the person feels that's how much you buy.
But the gobe matter brings what Esina Mose wrote on Facebook on the 21st of December 2025, how Ghanaian dishes are becoming too expensive in Accra and Kumasi. And she uses fufu as an example, and he says it's become a scam. You have to spend 150 cedis or more on a small portion of fufu with snail and akrantie, because both protein portions are each priced at 80 cedis and above, and smoked adrene is 150 cedis and upwards. So if you want to eat fufu, akrantie, and snail plus smoked adrene, you are looking at some 300, 350.
You are in for trouble. In fact,
we need to work on it, and this is food and agric.
Well, in fact, the last time, where's Sami Odami? I know he's not going to be happy what I'm going to say. The last time Sami Odami
took us to that joint.
That one you were there. This one we were not there. Sami Odami and I, we decided to buy snail two. Oh boy, we didn't know. Well, Sami Odami, when they brought the price, when they brought the price, the first thing I did was, we are saying, when they mentioned the price, I kept quiet. Samuel Adami said, what's the meaning? What is meaning? Boy, you actually ate it, so take it like that.
So the reset is meaningless unless it leads to total affordability of snail, adrene, akrantie, and local delicacies.
In other jurisdictions, food is sold. We measure and sell food.
Yeah.
Let me say good morning to Dr. Redeem Akra, who is a UTAC president, UPSA. Doc, I haven't forgotten that I need to call you. But we're having a conversation about pricing in the informal sector. And we've had this conversation before. One of the things we need to do is how to break that middleman syndrome in this country. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's also such that a lot of the bigger entities must begin to engage in forward integration. Unfortunately, they must now begin to engage in retail trade.
Yeah.
Because people, look, the last time, I've told you about Sami Odame's snail eating escapade at
which nearly gave me a heart attack.
He didn't go there for the next 1 year after he ate that snail. But I have seen businesses that have now decided that they want to go into the retail space.
Yep.
Because a major supplier of chicken, imported chicken, told me that, look, he sells chicken to people who sell in the marketplaces, the retailers, at a rate that he makes profit. The retailers, based on the price he gives them, are actually able to double it. So listen to this carefully. The retailers actually double the price of what he has sold to them. So he has now decided that he's going to go into retail. So if he goes into retail, what he's going to do now is that he's going to look for sale points. He gives it to you at a certain rate. Sell this for me, and any amount that you sell, you have a percentage that is for you.
Yeah.
If you agree to sell it for me, I'll set you up.
Yeah.
So if you agree you sell my product, I'll set you up, sell it, and give it to me. But of course, I'm going to monitor how you sell it.
Let me give you an example, something we all relate.
Sure.
Honey. If you're a beekeeper, you are selling a jerry can of honey for about 2,500. Okay. Maximum. Now, this jerry can of honey will weigh about 27 kilos and have about 25 liters of honey. So at 2,500, for example, your price per liter averages around 92 cedis. Now, the person who will buy the honey from you will go and repackage. So they will do, some of them do in kilos, some of them do in mLs, if you look at the labeling. So let's stick to, say, liters, right? So they will do 350 ml, they'll do 0.5 liter, some will do 1 liter, some do 750 liter. And listeners can tell us how much they buy honey. Your average 350 ml or let's say 0.5 liter will cost you about 80, 90, 100 cedis. Meanwhile, the off-taker took the thing from you at about 90 cedis per liter. If you add packaging costs, transportation and everything, the person probably is making almost 100% on the thing. So in the end, you, the producer, gets very little. The consumer pays more. The middleman gets more. Okay, so I really agree with the fact that you are saying we need to look at how we sanitize middlemanism in the country to ensure there is value created across board. Producers and consumers. The value should not remain in the middle for the middleman.
No, that's what that's what they do, and we saw the egg situation. So they create an artificial shortage. Oh, that's not even a shortage. There was a lot of egg within the system. They were still not prepared to reduce the price. And once you're not prepared to reduce the price, people would also stay away because the expectation is that you reduce the price. But also, we need to, have this conversation about inflation very well, because people always throw out the numbers and then suggest that the prices have gone down. And once you suggest prices have gone down, people would look back and say, "I won't buy this." Kojo, Mr. Amorim says, one of our loyal listeners, Mr. Amorim, says the name is Yokegari.
Not Gobe.
Not Gobe. Don't spell the name. Yokegari. Yokegari. Gary and beans. Beans and Gary.
Yokegari. That is in Ghana, right?
No, that's how we used to say it in those days. So we are going back. Now
Yokegari.
Yokegari. We'll not do Gobe.
Those who graduated from KNUST on the benevolence of the Unity Hall Gobesela will not see Yokegari because your friend Ajua Gobe. And Ajua Gobe, when you get there and say Ajua Neminiska, I only have one CD, you still feel your stomach.
Oh, and Ajua
so because of Ajua Gobe, we will not say Yokegari. That's all.
Oh, no, it's Ajua.
And then the Indies Independence Hall watching people, Abdina's mother, the way she sorted us out. You cannot tell me to call Independence Hall Awache Wache. It is Awache because it added to my degree.
SOS. Save our souls. Still Yokegari. Anyway, look, folks, we're doing this with you. That was just by the way when it comes to inflation and everything. So, Aaron, who bought Yokegari for 40 Ghana cedis, that's his inflation. Big stories brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Equity Health Insurance. Here for you, we're assessing President John Dramani Mahama's first year as President of the Republic of Ghana.
Yes, and there's good news for you if you are in the Telecel family. They've got something special just for you, starting this and every Wednesday. Today is Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So every Wednesday, when you buy your first data bundle on the Telecel app, they are giving you an extra 25% bonus data, absolutely free. That's more browsing, more streaming, more chatting, and all the things you love without spending extra. So if you're a parent, for example, and you download educational content for your kids, buy the data Wednesday morning and get the 25% bonus to download the educational content for your children without spending extra. So don't miss out. Download or open the Telecel app this Wednesday. Buy your data bundle and get your 25% bonus on your first purchase. Telecel, keeping you connected and giving you more value every day. Telecel, connecting energies.
Well, Mr. Amorin comes back again and says that tell Kojo that during my time at KNUST,
yes,
Yokegari at the junior quarters. Anyway, you know what, guys? Hold on. At Access Bank, rewarding our customers is at the heart of what we do, and that's why we've introduced Rewards by Access, a loyalty program designed to add value to your everyday banking experience. So, whether you're shopping, traveling, or handling business expenses, every transaction you make with your Access card brings you closer to exclusive benefits, premium privileges, and personalized rewards, all tailored to suit your lifestyle. Points earned through your card transactions can be redeemed seamlessly at any of our merchant partners nationwide, making your spending go even further. So whether you're a frequent flyer, regular shopper, or managing daily, family, personal, or business needs, Rewards by Access ensures you get more from every spend. Use your Access card today and enjoy a rewarding banking experience only with Access Bank. Visit loyaltyrewards.accessbankplc.com or call our toll-free line 0800 004400 for more details. Access Bank, more than banking. And talking about the middleman and everything, former president of the Ghana Institute of Purchasing and Supply, that's Collins Ajiman Sapong, a procurement expert, says when I buy beer directly from the distributors, the big bottle is 12 cedis 99 pesos.
Yes.
When you visit the sports and bars, it's 25 cedis. Why?
Some places sell for 50 cedis per. Yes, and I saw also on social media somebody who had gone to a place in East Legon to eat, and she said that the small malt bottle was being sold for 40 cedis.
Oh, that one is the
brand.
No, you see, the conversation about inflation and the conversation about the middleman in this country, what we've termed when it comes to farm gates and the market, we've termed the market queens, is one that we should have one of these days.
Yeah,
we need to find a way of dealing with that, because if we don't deal with the market queens, okay, a lot of the things we talk about today would even get worse. But someone says, tell Kojo, Ni Ayukwe Otu will come for him, the former Attorney General. He says, all the things we have been going, all of a sudden.
Charlie, somebody has sent a message. He says, Charlie, Ajua Gobe really held voice. She's an asset. We are still in touch with her. She is family now. She actually attends some of our events, weddings, funerals, etc. And it's from Alex in Adent. Please, Alex, send us Ajua Gobe's number. This morning, we want to bless her. For blessing our stay at KNUST. Send us a Momo number.
Oh, that's good. This one says what? Winston, your mom they sweet you, Papa. Snail in Ghana is expensive. I have not told you the other story of what I went to when I went to Jowlu, a regular place that I've been going to eat fufu. Then I thought that when I went, my mommy said, "Oh, hey, Mr. Amoah, what about you, mommy? Mommy, me regular no." And the regular is fufu with bunebunu. Snail, mushroom, and dry fish.
Your mom is sweet you.
Oh boy, when they brought the bill, over 300 Ghana cedis, I was shocked.
Yes.
I was shocked.
So if you ate there twice a week, that is somebody's salary.
On that note, we'll go for a short break. When we return, now we're going to do the 24-hour economy. And this is how we're going to do it. So I've told you about how the NDC communication team, while in opposition, actually shared a whole document about the 24-hour economy. Now, when the government assumed office, they also shared with us the 24-hour economy blueprint. We will do an analysis of both. So we look at similarities and differences after these messages. But as always, get interactive. Tell us your own assessment. Tell us your approval rating of the president. 055-1111-997. That's our WhatsApp number. And then on X, use the hashtag JoySMS.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me go betete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no.
Problem no day. I fit handle am.
For Telecel, we the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want them. That *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
This festive season, football don't sleep. The action gets even better with more thrills on Betway. Tradition continues in England with its festive fixtures expected to be more exciting. This period is likely to separate the real title contenders from the pretenders. Serie A also gets more competitive with the likes of Napoli, AC Milan and Inter Milan looking to clinch the title this season. Four-time AFCON winners Ghana is absent from the continental tournament in Morocco, but there are still set to be some tasty fixtures in the tournament. Don't forget to check them out on Betway. From early kickoffs to late night clashes, get immersed in the action and earn extra cash through your bet on Betway. Get more rewards with Betway. Log on to betway.com.gh to place your bet. Regulated by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly. No under 18. Betway. Get way more. And a Merry Christmas.
Make a choice. Go for it. You need support to achieve. A new verse awaits you. The Republic Verse, where you're treated as uniquely as you are. Succeed, thrive, outshine yourself. This is our verse, the Republic Verse. Join the Republic Verse and big up. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Today, we hit the streets to ask Ghanaians, what would you do with free fuel for 1 year?
Oh, road trips with the girls every weekend.
That's extra savings to help fix my car.
Charlie, 1 whole year, I'll finally be able to visit my mom without worrying about the distance.
This season, it's feeling after filling from Shell with new and improved fuels so you can do the things you love. Buy 300 Ghana cedis or more worth of new and improved Shell fuels and stand a chance to win. Free fuel for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or even 1 year. It's time to try the new and improved Shell fuels with additives that deliver efficiency, cleaning, protection, and performance. Don't miss out. Fill up with new and improved Shell fuels and get rewarded. Promo runs till the 28th of February 2026. T's and C's apply.
New and improved Shell fuels. Simply better by far.
The Kakamutobi come out in the festive season and they are as scary as our bills. But we don't want to miss out on parties, family and festivals. Whether you say Akwaba, Maraba, Wezo or Obake, EcoBank says tap into 5s in the 5-star enjoyment promo. Be one of 10,000 lucky winners when you deposit multiples of 400 Ghana cedis or take a loan in multiples of 4,000 Ghana cedis to win up to 1.5 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. 1 year insurance cover, gift vouchers and more. That's not all. Use your EcoBank card, mobile app, USSD or POS to transact and enjoy up to 15% discount. Tap into vibes with EcoBank. T's and C's apply. Bills shouldn't scare you.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
EcoBank will never call or text asking you to verify sensitive information like your PIN, Ghana card or bank card information. Pay better attention to details.
For years, you made Sultana more than just a brand. It has become a part of your home. From your kitchens to your celebrations, now it's time to give back to you. Sultana's Buy and Win promo is here. You can win cars, motorbikes, trucks, Sultana products, and many more. All you have to do is to buy a bag of Sultana rice, scratch your coupon, and you could win really big. Sultana rice, your household favorite. Win the big one.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform. This advert is FDA approved.
Honey, Easter in Dubai will not be bad, crowd. What do you think?
Hey, Dubai pa! But how?
The Activa Sida promo.
Hey!
Activa Insurance is thanking its customers and welcoming new ones. Just buy or renew any Activa Insurance policy and enter into a draw where you can win a fully paid trip to Dubai. Flight, hotel and tours all covered. And if not Dubai, you can still win TVs, fridges, washing machines and many more.
Really?
Yes. Buy your home, motor, fire, travel, personal accident insurance or any Active Lady solution.
Amazing! amazing.
Walk into any Active Insurance branch or agency nationwide or dial star 713 star 313 hash now. ASIDA promo is partnered by Travel Planners Ghana, your travel experts, and Melcom. Promo ends 5th March 2026. T's and C's apply. Active Insurance. Our clients, our passion. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Hey, do they want to sack you dry? Now, why shall I tin way? Engagement things and kwenye. Hey, sure. They even added washing machine, fridge, flat screen TV, 65 inches and so. How do they expect you to buy all these and still take care of your family? Oh, Kwame.
Mama. And how hukra? With Access Bank's Pick Now Pay Later, we can get everything now in minutes and pay at 0% interest over the next 6 months. Eye koko kra.
Hey, sir.
Access Bank says faster is here. With a now digitized Pick Now Pay Later, life's big moments are within reach. Just click, pick, approved in minutes. For more information, call our 24-hour contact center on 0800 00 4400. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
What if your insurance loved you back? Whether it's protecting your home, your car, or your business, Loyalty Insurance is there to safeguard what matters most to you. And because loyalty goes both ways, we reward your trust with unparalleled service, competitive rates, and benefits that grow with you over time. It's our way of saying thank you for choosing loyalty. So if you're ready for a partner that values you as much as you value your peace of mind, look no further than Loyalty Insurance. Visit us at www.loyaltyinsurancegh.com. With us, loyalty isn't just a promise, it's our way of life. Loyalty Insurance, your loyal partner.
Turn the lights on.
We share something so common, still so rare, and I'm in awe. Never been here before. So high, we're still climbing. Even here inside these walls, breaking each other's hearts, and we don't care 'cause we're so in too deep. Can't think about giving it up, but I never knew love would feel like a heart attack. It's killing me, swear I never cried so much, 'cause I never knew love would hurt this bad. The worst pain that I ever had. Never knew love would hurt this bad. The worst pain that I ever had. All the times when I know I should be smiling, seem to be the time that I frown the most. Can't believe that we're still surviving, 'cause I'm slowly breaking down, even when I hold you close. And if I lose you, I'm afraid I would lose who I gave my love to. That's the reason I stay around, even though I fell way in too deep. Can't think about giving it up.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's 30 minutes after 8, and this morning our focus is on the first year of President John Dramani Mahama. And one of the major points, okay, so there's been a conversation about the macroeconomic indicators, the fact that today policy rate at 18%, inflation at 6.3%, public debt is reduced from 726 billion to some 680 billion. So when it comes to the macroeconomic indicators, the size of the Ghanaian economy, our GDP, moved from 1.17 trillion to some 1.4 trillion. So inflation from 28.3 there. The conversation has been that, look, when it comes to the macroeconomic indicators, things are going right, are going on well for the country Ghana. But you've also asked a question about one of the things that we've always talked about, a 24-hour economy. The fact that this is one of the things the government campaigned on and got into office with a 24-hour economy. Now, this is what we're going to do, guys. So I have here with me the FAQs on John Mahama's 24-hour economic strategy. And this is what was prepared by the NDC Communications Bureau before election 2024. So I just would share this briefly, and then Kojo Boateng has the 24-hour economy document. We'll do the comparison, find out the similarities and differences of this and that document. But before I do this, before the end of before we went for sports, I was talking about the 24-hour economy, and I made a point about the way that, in the past, the NPP had done the 1D, 1F. And I said before that this is just another form of 1D, 1F. Let me just explain that. So we had said here before that, look, if you want to engage in a 24-hour economy, there should be some sense of a market reacting to it, or a market leaning towards that. And market leaning towards that, for instance, yes, government can use policy to drive that. But if governments want to fast track a 24-hour economy, then the government must step in and create infrastructure also to enable a 24-hour economy to work. And look, we've been talking about the Agbeleduo and the Volta, transport system, and the Volta
Economic Corridor.
Volta Economic Corridor. The government must pump money into it. Now, a lot of the 1D, the 24-hour economy hinges on the Volta Economic Corridor. How much is government prepared to spend? We're told that of the about 4 billion that this is supposed to cost us, government is prepared to fund some 10% of it, which would amount to $400 million. So far, how much has government spent? If government is serious about this, government should take the lead and spend that money. Once that money is spent, it will trigger others to also, because every private man, would not put in money just because you're giving assurances. He would do his feasibility studies, and if he thinks it's not going to work, he would not put his money in. How much is government prepared to spend? What risk is government prepared to take? But let me just share with you, the strategy. So they talk about, what will be the main driver of Mahama's 24-hour economic strategy. It says it would mainly be anchored on Mahama's overarching vision to create sustainable jobs for Ghanaians. This will be achieved through his agenda to modernize and mechanize agriculture, provide incentives for the private sector to thrive, promote agro-processing and manufacturing, transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led economy, among others. The 24-hour economy policy will be a major boost for John Mahama's import substitution and export drive. This will stabilize our national currency, improve our reserves, bring down inflation and interest rates, create more employment opportunities, and improve livelihoods. Which industries, and Kojo, when I come to you, tell me more about this, which industries will the 24-hour economy strategy focus on? Now, we're told the 24-hour economy strategy will primarily, but not exclusively, focus on 1, 24-hour agro-processing, 2, 24-hour pharmaceutical industry, 24-hour manufacturing, 24-hour construction, 24-hour extractive industry, mining and quarrying, 24-hour sanitation and waste management, 24-hour leisure and hospitality industry, 24-hour digital startups and business process outsourcing, 24-hour financial services, 24-hour retail centers and modern markets, 24-hour transportation services, and also selected public institutions with large customer traffic, such as ports and harbors, customs, passport office, DVLA, among others, will be part of the 24-hour economy. The 24-hour economy will also be implemented within the context of other national development initiatives, such as education and training, health services, agriculture, and the provision of affordable housing for workers, efficient public transport, efficient justice delivery, among others. It is all part of an ambitious drive by the NDC. Then this question says, what kind of support will be given to these businesses and companies by government in order for them to operate 24/7? 1. Providing an atmosphere of improved security and public safety. This will include a well-regulated and monitored private security architecture to facilitate around-the-clock activities. 2. Providing cheaper and reliable electricity for participating businesses based on a time-of-use tariff system. A time-of-use tariff is an electricity pricing structure where the price of electricity varies based on the time of day and day of the week the power is consumed. And companies that sign on to the 24-hour economy policy will be given modern smart meters, which will be calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power consumed during off-peak hours. 3. Tax incentives. Companies, businesses that subscribe to the 24-hour economy policy will be given tax incentives to reduce the cost of the operations and enhance their competitiveness. And financing support will be provided for certain strategic agro-processing factories and manufacturing companies. Now, the final one here that I would do before I stop says, what will be the implementation approach of the 24-hour economy strategy? It says the next NDC Mahama government will publish the blueprint for the implementation of the 24-hour economy strategy upon assuming office. Businesses and companies that wish to take advantage of the incentive packages under the policy will be required to voluntarily sign onto the 24-hour economy policy. Companies that are already running 24/7 would automatically be captured under the policy and provided with necessary incentives. A new Employment Act, which will, among other things, set out the regulatory framework for the 24-hour economy, will be passed in consultation with organized labor, AGI, and other relevant stakeholders, and the act will complement the existing Labor Act. Final one here says, what will the next NDC Mahama government do to enhance efficiency and productivity in the already existing 8-hour system, work system in public institutions? It says, we shall consciously promote discipline and efficiency in the already existing 8-hour work schedule in public institutions and in new additional work shifts by introducing appropriate measures to root out practices that militate against efficiency and productivity. Kojo Boateng, you have the document. What does it say?
The new 24-hour economy document.
Yes.
So is what you read, the caption was FAQs on Mahama's 24-hour economy strategy.
Yes.
And for listeners who want a copy of that, you can go to johnmahama.org. There's a copy so that you can refer to that. Now, the new document is the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Ghana's national agenda for productivity, competitiveness, and inclusive growth, transforming production, markets, and human capital. Now, this was launched sometime last year after the 24-hour economy secretariat was launched at the Accra International Conference Center. Now, if you look at that, it provides a context for 24-hour plus and also gives you the program components and the strategies. I believe we all have the context for the 24-hour plus, or do I have to read the context for 24-hour plus?
Briefly.
Okay. So basically, if you look at the document, the vision is President Mahama's vision is to drive a self-reliant, industrially competitive, and export-driven Ghanaian economy with optimally integrated value chains, a globally competitive workforce, and strong regional and global trade integration, delivering sustainable, inclusive growth, decent jobs, and increased resilience to external shocks. That's very important. Increased resilience to external shocks. And it talks about the colonial economic structure where our raw commodities are exported and we don't get a lot of value for that. It talks about import dependency, where Ghanaian manufacturers depend heavily on imported raw materials and machinery, and they sell 90% of their products in Ghana. And this structure means that every production cycle involves a net loss of foreign exchange. So now we need to get our raw materials and machinery in-house. Structural misalignments with the domestic economy, and a few other things mentioned in there. Now, if you look at the 24-hour plus, the components of the project, these are the components of the 24-hour plus project as launched and as being implemented.
Okay.
Because now we have a 24-hour secretariat, which is going to be an authority, right? Has it been passed yet? Has Parliament passed the law to make the secretariat an authority? Sammy, please check for us. Let's know whether it's been made into an authority. Now, Grow 24 is component number 1, which is the Agri Transformation Sub-Program under 24-hour plus. Make 24 is number 2, Manufacturing Growth Subs Program. Build 24, Construction Industry Transformation. Show 24, Culture, Arts and Tourism. Connect 24, Supply Chain and Market Efficiency. Fund 24, Mobilizing Capital for Inclusive Transformation. Aspire 24, Human Capital Development. And Go 24, Driving Civic Commitment and Public Alignment. I must say that before this 24-hour plus full program was put together, after the president won the elections, the secretariat then met a lot of industry associations, professionals, business people, and the various subsector leads and groups to take their feedback. I sat in one of the conversations for agric and construction, where they took feedback from industry as to what we can do to, one, transform those industries, optimize the resources we have, optimize the time, and then make us an independent country when it comes to the control of our economy. Right. So these are the 8 components of the 24-hour economy. Grow agric, manufacturing, construction, culture, arts and tourism, supply chain and market efficiency, mobilizing capital for inclusive transformation, human capital development, and then driving civic commitment and public alignment.
Okay, so if you look at what they shared, prior to election 2024, you'd see a 24-hour agro-processing. So that's the GROW. You have a 24-hour pharmaceutical industry, 24-hour manufacturing industry, 24-hour construction, 24-hour extractive industry, 24-hour sanitation and waste management, 24-hour leisure and hospitality, 24-hour digital startups and business process outsourcing, 24-hour financial services, 24-hour retail centers and modern markets, 24-hour transportation services, and then the selected public institutions, as well as education and others.
What were the outcomes they said we should look out for? The outcome indicators for the 24-hour plus program. I think that's what we can use to measure the success of the program so far, or otherwise, right?
Sure.
They gave us outcomes and indicators, and they gave us the indicator definitions. So economic growth and self-sufficiency, they're talking about real GDP growth rate year on year. Okay. So the indication definition is to measure the overall economic expansion. So what has been the GDP growth between 2025 2026? What is the projected GDP 2026 2027? What is the baseline we are working with? For example, before 24-hour plus, what was the GDP projections? With extra work being done for 24-hour plus, what do we expect to see? Right? So that is number 1. Economic growth and self-sufficiency, overall inflation year on year, economic growth and self-sufficiency, gross import dependency ratio. They talk about food security and nutrition. They talk about workforce and social development, and they talk about agric, industrial and export development. There is something they also did when it comes to job estimates for Grow 24, for example. They gave us job estimates according to districts and all those. Where are we with those job estimates? How many jobs have we been able to create within the various sub-programs, within the various districts, and in the various regions, because of the implementation of 24-hour economy? That is also in there. And remember when the Deputy Minister of Finance came, for example, we were talking about the oil palm development program and the estimated number of jobs, and it became a debate. How do you estimate those jobs realistically to transform our lives? If we are talking about transportation, a 24-hour transportation system, if you look at DVLA data and you do the analysis, public transportation, the general trotro and buses, we are looking at about 400 to 450,000 of vehicles. Your regular trotro will have a driver and a mate. So direct employment, if we assume that the buses and all the trotros all have a driver and a mate, you are looking at about 800,000 people to 1 million people in transportation. That could be our baseline. What investments are we making in the logistics space to create extra jobs, whether we are doubling the jobs, and what kind of jobs are we creating, and what kind of earning potential would these new employment create for the people? So those are some of the things. So basically this is 24-hour plus, which still has a lot of questions. For example, funding. How do we intend to fund this? This year's budget has thrown a lot of money behind a lot of the big slogan programs, big push, this, that. How are we funding the 24-hour economy to deliver as promised? So these are some of the things, Winston.
Great. Now, if I look at it critically, I see that the moment the government got into office, now they began to have a clearer idea as to what they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, prior to the assumption of office during the campaign period, a lot of things were thrown out. 24-hour pharmaceutical, yes, you could put that into the manufacturing. But the challenge really, and you ask a question, you end on a note, the challenge has been, where will the money come from? Now, once in office, the NDC realizes, the government realizes, that you cannot just say that 133 and then one job, 3 shifts,
it's 24-hour economy.
It's 24-hour economy. Because even the DVLA, if you were to do 133, you probably would get people to say, come in, and it's not all DVLA offices that will run a 24-hour economy. I mean, if you go to certain areas where there isn't a busy, there isn't traffic in that particular area, you're not going to say, okay, let's go and run 24-hour economy just because you want to run a 24-hour economy. So that in itself would tell you that the very idea on which this whole program was built while in opposition, again, was what we have become known for in this country, sloganeering.
Yeah.
133, one job, 3 shifts, 3 jobs. So then people would get jobs, because today the unemployment number from 1.4 million to 1.3 million, it means you have a reduction of, say, 100,000.
Yeah.
You want to ask, where did the 100,000 go? Are all of these people still looking for jobs? Have some of them gone into school and as a result are not on the market? Have some been absorbed? Of course, every year would create jobs in this country. So I would just say that, look, I have been told recently that the government has secured funding for the Accra-Kumasi Expressway construction.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is that this year that project is going to start, and the expected completion period is before the end of tenure of the John Mahama administration. All other things being equal, I say, if the government is really serious on the implementation of the 24-hour economy, the Volta Enclave Development Project, they must put in the money. The government must be the one to put in the money and not always expect the private sector, because the private sector would always do their feasibility and find out the viability of that project. Sometimes they are waiting for you, the government, to come in, set up the base, and once you set up the base, they'll be prepared to put in money. So if you want to improve, transportation along the Volta River, what should the government do? There's a lot they have to do, and it must start now. Guzitano has been frank and has said the time that you probably would see a lot of things happening, or the first thing you could probably, the first time you say, I've seen something from the 24-hour economy, will be last quarter 2026. So for now, you may not see much. But I say, if government does not move in to spend, we would have another 1D1F on our hands.
When the government wants to spend, they want to fund it. Should I quote the bit of the document about funding?
I'll tell you something.
Kojo, should I go ahead?
Please do.
So on Fund 24, the government says they will, unlock $1 billion plus in enterprise financing for MSMEs in strategic value chains. And they will be doing this through DBG and rural banks and microfinance institutions, and also savings and loans and commercial banks. Loans will be concessional below 12%. So the government is going to facilitate cheaper financing over $1 billion, which is over 10 billion Ghana cedis under Fund 24. Number 2, the risk lending through the risk MSME lending through a technical assistance grant fund and credit insurance scheme, supporting borrower readiness, cooperative development, market access facilitation, credit scoring, and real-time loan tracking. This will be implemented through enterprise support organizations and risk-sharing facilities in partnerships with institutions like GESAL. Is it clear to you?
Continue.
It is clear. Number 3, support infrastructure financing through the creation of 3 special purpose vehicles under the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, focused on agroecological parks, industrial parks, and multimodal logistics systems. These SPVs will be seeded with public capital and structured to attract blended finance, sovereign wealth funds, and private investment through PPPs. So infrastructure such as inland water transport, that's the Volta Economic Corridor, will be prioritized to reduce logistic costs and enhance regional trade connectivity. And so at least they've given us 3 ways that the 24-hour plus program will be funded. Loans through DBG, rural banks, microfinance institutions, technical assistance grant fund, and credit insurance, and also special purpose vehicles that will be funded through arrangements which will be facilitated by the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to build infrastructure.
I like the loans bit, the bit about supporting MSMEs through DBG and others, but again, the challenge is, in the past we've seen these things. I've always talked about the cab bus, for instance. I've talked about the Ghana Employment Agency, old Ghana Enterprises Agency, old NBSSI. So something would have to change. If it is done well, fine. So that's in that one. You say, okay, no, that's a good policy. Let's see to its implementation. When it comes to the Volta Inland Transport Scheme, is the first thing I want to see the government do. You see, once that is done, automatically it deals with the transportation of persons and goods from the north to the south. Automatically we deal with that. And that should be our first priority. I don't know why today we are not talking about how, when we are going to start improving that. I don't know why we're not talking about that.
What I know is that they've had a lot of conversations with different stakeholders. Different investors have expressed interest in investing in the Volta Economic Corridor, but we have to look at some of the legal and regulatory issues. For example, the Volta Lake at the moment is an asset of the Volta River Authority. There's the 280-foot contour related matters. There's the implications on our power production, and also the actual funding for work to be done. So those are happening. That's what
the problem is. The actual funding is the actual funding. That's where the problem is. Okay, so that's 24-hour economy. I am also interested in something. Illegal mining. Galamsey. Now, President Mahama, just listen to this. You just listen to this. Listen to this, and then I'll come and tell you something.
And he said, if you had come here 6 months ago, this water was the color of coffee. He says now it's the color of light Milo. And so it's getting better. And so we appreciate the work that NIMOS.
Okay. And, the president talks about, in the NDC's manifesto and the 120-day social pact, social contract with Ghanaians, they have talked about how they intended to, repeal LI 246, the LI that allows mining in forest reserve, that 2462, that currently has been laid before Parliament after a lot of, back and forth, because then they sought to amend parts of it, but then we had all fought and said, no, that's not what you promised, so go back and do the right thing. They talked about establishing the Blue Water Guards, who were supposed to help in the fight against illegal mining.
And they will work 24/7 because sometimes illegal miners work at night. So it's 24-hour economy.
Blue Water Guards who were trained to go and do what?
And work.
Fight illegal miners. With what? With what?
Are we talking about Galamsey?
Yes.
All right. Well,
because I have seen something on Kofi Bento's Facebook page, and I think it makes a lot of sense. That look, the Blue Water Guards should actually be reassigned into afforestation programs in areas that have been destroyed by illegal mining. In that case, they will better serve this country than pretending to fight illegal mining along our water bodies or on our water bodies, because they cannot.
Galamsey over the past decade has turned into the graveyard where government competence goes to die. It is the arena in which no government seems capable of succeeding yet. Akufo-Addo's putting of his presidency on the line made absolutely no difference. In fact, things ended up a lot worse, to the point where he even had to personally come out and defend members of his party who had been accused of illegal mining, claiming that Akunta mining, for example, was not mining as we speak. Hearing a president who was a lawyer saying those things just demonstrated to me that this Galamsey enemy is greater than we could ever imagine. John Mahama came along in the wake of massive promises, and you see, it wasn't difficult. While he was in opposition, the Galamsey situation was so bad that it was not difficult for a potential president to paint a rosy picture of what he would achieve in that sphere. And his 120-day compact had some very clear timelines in there. Apart from the Blue Water Guards, he talked about restoring land that had been destroyed by Galamsey. Even before the 120-day compact or contract, President Mahama had talked about how he would free all the small fry if he became president. He would release all the the guys who have been caught in the mining pits and go after the kingpins. That was John Mahama's promise.
Okay.
Well, it's been a year, and we know that there is a docket against Chairman Wontumi came to the Attorney General's office in October or September 2025. September 2025. So for the first 9 months of the year, who was being prosecuted for Galamsey?
Could you please hold on 1 minute for me? Because Erastus Saridonko has joined us on the phone now. He's our man when it comes to the reports on the fight against illegal mining. Erastus, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston.
Great.
And Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year to you also. So let's get straight to your assessment of the fight when it comes to the fight against illegal mining. Yesterday at the annual New Year school, President Mahama talked about the fact that we're beginning to see some improvement in our water bodies. We're beginning to see how the fight is yielding results. It talks about how people have told him that, in the past this was more like coffee, now it's like light Milo. But that's on a lighter note. But you've been going around, you've been looking at our water bodies, you've been monitoring the fight. How's it going?
Well, let me start from 2025 January, when this government took power. In fact, they did not start well. The party faithfuls who thought that once the party is in power, it's now their turn to also take over from the people who were mining in forest reserves, especially in other areas. They took over. And so in areas like Tananya, we had known NDC activists who invaded that forest reserve. Initially, the feet dragging of the government in forcing them out. We had to force the arm of government, if I should put it that way, to go in there and flush them out. And since then, it's been like that. We bring it out. But what positive I would say is that this government has been listening as compared to the other administration. And in fact, some of the areas that we pointed out, they've been able to flush them out. Let me start with the forest reserves. In fact, when we started the year 2025, there were quite a number of forest reserves that even forest guards, armed guards, cannot even enter. And there were 9 of such forest reserves that were labeled as red by the Forestry Commission. And Desiree was one of them. We had Tano Anya, Tano Nimre, and some others. But as at the middle of last year, they've been able to reduce it to 1. And then in October, it returned to 5 red. Currently, I don't know whether they've been able to remove the red from 5 to 0. But that's at October last year. There were 5 forest reserves that even the Forestry Commission could not enter. So it's been like that, back and forth. We do this and then we are gaining grounds, and as we are gaining grounds, we gain and the people come back. And let me also say that the fight has not been abysmal, and it has also not been better. It has not been abysmal because there are some efforts on the ground. It started with the IGP's men who made quite some gains in removing illegal miners within a number of forest reserves in the western region. Currently, as we speak, we have over 100 excavators that were removed from the forest, still parked at Samurai Boy. There are some at the Kumasi depot of the Ghana Police Service. There are also some at the depot of the Forestry Commission in Kumasi. So I would say that is a gain. Again, when you look at NIMOs and how frequent they have been, especially on the Ankobra River, burning stuff and arresting people, those who are mining along the river and on the river as well. But it has been hide and seek. They drive them out, they come back, they move in again, they go drive them out, and then you see them coming back. And that is why the river is not clearing. The Ankobra, for instance, have been blocked in so many areas. And I have said this so many times, that until we move in and desilt those areas that have been blocked, especially at Pristia, Hemai, Awudia, and the rest, then the rivers will continue to be as they are. Now we talk about mining in settlements. That is one area that this government has not been able to tackle. And it keeps growing in large leaps and bounds. Now almost every town is being ravaged. Mining is going on within towns, settlements, by main roads. That one, this government has not made any major strides in those areas. And the more you keep people mining in settlements, more people feel emboldened and they go on to mine. And it's not helping. Another dangerous area that I have spoken about but has not gotten any attention is the issue of what the miners call Sankofa, which is gaining grounds.
What's that?
So Sankofa is leaching. And Sankofa means they are bringing back the tailings. That's the residue of mining from Galamsey area. So when they mine, the residue that they are throwing away, there is a belief that it still has about 70% unrecoverable gold, recoverable gold in there. And the only way that they could recover is to use cyanide. And so they dig ponds, huge ponds, and then they put the residue that they bought from Galamseyers across the country in there. Then they put large amounts of cyanide, and they work it for days in recovering the gold. And I tell you, cyanide is a very dangerous chemical. And when they finish this, the residue, where does it go? Some of them have gone into streams. And in fact, when you go to Asutifi North, Asutifi South, Amasia West, Takwa, these leaching sites are common, very common. And this one is banned by our own laws. Small-scale miners are not allowed to use cyanide in leaching. Even the large-scale miners is under supervision by the Minerals Commission.
Okay.
And I have spoken about it so many times, but still, these Sankofa joints are springing up almost everywhere. And Winston, if we are not able to tackle that soon, the amount of cyanide we're going to realize in our environment, in settlement, because most of these things are not done in secluded areas. They are done within the towns. You go to Ntotroso. In Ntotroso, Kenyasi number 1, Kenyasi number 2, Collins Dowder's constituency. And it saddens me that he sits on the Lands and Natural Resources Committee in Parliament. And within his constituency, this is where we are doing this criminal, illegal, dangerous practice. And I don't remember the last time he spoke about it in Parliament. And so that is something that we need to really look at. And the rate at which we are mining within towns, Usino is a clear example.
Sure.
In broad daylight, Kumasi Accra Road, go through the town, fly a drone and see. And we are documenting it. Very soon we'll be, broadcasting community by community. We started already. We are doing more to let people see how we are mining in towns and how that is affecting people's livelihoods.
Now, Erastus, before you continue, the NPP, the NDC wrote to office arguing that there was a need to arrest the kingpins involved in illegal mining. What's happened to these kingpins?
Well, the only kingpin I know has been arrested is Chema Untumi, a Akonta Mine executive. There are others, and I have pointed them out to, government in certain circles. For example, the one who started raiding and invading the Apamprama Forest Reserve, Heritage Imperial Limited, in 20.
Hello, Erastus? Hello? I think we may have lost Erastus. We'll try and get Erastus back. But you can also join the conversation via WhatsApp 05511119997. 05511119997. Well, stay with us. I think we'll go for a quick break, okay? When we return after the break, we'll try and get in touch with Erastus again to give us his assessment of the fight against illegal mining. This is a Super Morning Show. We'll also activate the phone lines for your own assessment.
It's time to take the next step toward your dreams. Admissions are now open for our January 2026 intake at Lancaster University, Ghana. Experience world-class education, global opportunities, and an unforgettable experience right here in Ghana. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Apply today and begin your journey to success with Lancaster University, Ghana. Your future starts now.
Malcolm Santa's Savings. Santa's Savings at Malcolm. This Christmas, the deals are bigger, brighter, and better. From gifts to groceries, decors to electronics, Malcolm has everything you need for the perfect holiday. Afishapo! Step in and feel the Christmas magic because Santa World deals. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination this Christmas. This promo is valid to the 11th of January 2026. T's and C's apply.
I used to stress about where to receive my approach sticker and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, TransFast, UnityLink, RIA, EaseRemit, Thunes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with you.
Rosebank International University College is a proud brand of the Advitech Group, Africa's largest private education provider. With 146 schools across 5 African countries, we are fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority, the British Accreditation Council, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, City and Guilds UK, and Capsicum Culinary Studio. We offer a Doctor of Business Administration, DBA, MBA, MSc, and MPhil in Digital Marketing, Bachelor of Supply Chain Management, targeting professionals in freight forwarding, customs, etc. At Rosebank, we offer programs in commerce, hospitality, ICT, and culinary arts available at diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels, all carefully designed to equip you with the skills and qualifications needed for a successful global career. Admissions are now open for January 2026. Visit our modern campus at Airport Commercial, Opebia House, Accra, or apply online at www.riuc.edu.gh or call us now on 0307 007 800.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold, and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Jack was on his way home. Just another evening drive. Lorraine was crossing the street. Just another walk to the shop. But in a split second, everything changed. One moment could save a life. Accidents keep rising and casualties keep climbing, leaving families in pain. Remember, avoid drinking and driving. Wear your seatbelts, helmets, and look both ways before crossing.
road safety is in your hands. The road safety campaign is brought to you by Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. App Bako Services Pepre. Universal Motors Limited. Driving trust, delivering excellence. And powered by Joy FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, Hits FM, Joy News, and Joy Prime.
Right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And today is the 7th of January, and so we're assessing the first year of President John Dramani Mahama. And we'll get back onto the phone line shortly and engage with Erastus Asari Donko, who has been telling us his assessment of the government's performance when it comes to the fight against illegal mining. But you know that feeling when it's Christmas, and everyone is home. So you know the first is everyone is home in the morning and before 6 p.m. Your data is gone. You buy another bundle and before the day breaks and everything is vanished. You start wondering if the whole family is drinking the data for breakfast, lunch or supper. Well, it's not their fault. You don't have unlimited data, and that's why you need MTN Fiber. It's fiber, it's unlimited, it's fast, and it's on fire. So this season, put your home or business on MTN Fiber and enjoy a special range of packages for new users, plus even better offers for existing customers. And here's the bonus. The first 60 customers to sign up will receive vouchers from MTN. So for new customers, just log into my MTN app, tap more and request for broadband to check availability in your community or dial *5057# and follow the prompts. MTN is everywhere you go. Let's get back to Erastus. Yes, Erastus, you were telling us about the kingpins who've been arrested.
Yeah, so the only kingpin I know has been arrested is Chairman Untumi and his Akonta mining. And to me, that's a great, remarkable achievement as well. But there are quite a number of big people who have done some environmental infractions who have not been arrested. And I give the example of Heritage Imperial Limited. In fact, they started mining the Apamprama Forest Reserve illegally. And I say so because in 2018, when Professor Frimpong Boateng sent the Galamstop to go and flush them out, I was part of the team. And what they showed us was not a license. In fact, they had nothing in mining in the forest reserve. They said they had a prospecting license. They could not provide it when we went there. But even with a prospecting license, it did not give them the right to use over 35 excavators to mine the forest reserve. And you know that the late Sir John put up placards and others that they were doing reclamation in that forest. When we did the fact checking by then, it was not reclamation, it was deep illegal mining they were doing within the town, backed by soldiers and others. And until now, the directors of Heritage Imperial Limited are still running free. Nobody has asked any questions, but there's evidence. There's evidence that they mined the forest in 2018 with no license, and the videos and other things that we captured by then, they are still there. The Galamstop members who arrested them and hauled the over 35 excavators to Accra are still alive. Mr. Chuman Pofuajikum is still alive. He has evidence. He has documents to back. So why are the directors of Heritage Imperial still around? Why is nobody accounting? Today, 50% of that forest is gone. And recently, because they thought that nobody was watching, you had some NDC executives in Ashanti region go in there. And I'm saying NDC executives because when the 28 Chinese nationals and 3 Ghanaians who recently invaded the forest, when they were arrested and they were sent to the Bekwai Circuit Court, some NDC executives came around and they tried to bribe some of our colleagues not to report the story. 15,000 cedis each. Not to report the story on the Chinese nationals. What are their interests? So we have quite a number of party faithfuls, party executives, DCEs, at the local level who are pushing people, bringing in Chinese and other people to continue to mine illegally within certain circles. And I have said it, that until the president starts cracking the whip on his appointees at the local level, until the president or the interior ministry starts making illegal mining criminal at the local level, so that police will do due diligence as they do to armed robbery, we will still be back to where we are. Currently, I have farmers in various districts who come to my newsroom in Kumasi that I should come and report on their farms that have been taken over. And of course, when we go and you fly the drone and you see where their farm is, the entire area has been mined. So their farm is just some small ant in the ecosystem, still surviving. And because they won't sell it, they report to the police, no action. And it's cutting across everywhere.
Okay.
So I would say that the president has started well. The establishment of gold boards to at least get some revenue from the gold you are mining illegally or illegally is good. The establishment of NIMOS is also good. They are doing some very good. But they should not forget that the previous administration started well, just like they started. But in the course of it, they slacked and allowed the illegality to continue. So the test is whether they will be able to improve upon what they are doing and be able to do a coordinated exercise, where illegal mining is a crime at the local level. DCs and MCs are held accountable for the destruction that is going on within their jurisdiction, and the police are also doing their job very well. Then, with that coordinated efforts and alternative livelihood empowerment programs, we'll be getting somewhere.
Erastus, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. And that's Erastus Asare Donko, who's been leading our coverage and fight against illegal mining, joining us here on the Super Morning Show. What we're going to do now is to hear from our listeners. They also get to do the assessment, but also there are lots of your messages. We'll be sharing them shortly here on the Super Morning Show. But first, receiving money from your loved ones abroad should never be complicated. With CBG Money Transfer Services, you enjoy a fast, secure, and convenient way to access your funds abroad. Visit any CBG branch nationwide to receive funds from leading global partners, including Remit, Western Union, MoneyGram, RIA, UnityLink, PayAngel Transfers, TapTap, Send, TerraPay, Thunes. All you need is your valid national ID, phone number, and transfer reference number, and will ensure a smooth, stress-free experience from start to finish. For enquiries, call 0302-216-000. Email talk to us at cbg.com.gh or reach them on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you.
It's official. Star Oil is now the biggest OMC in Ghana. They've got over 240 stations across the country, which means that you can get the best quality fuels at the best prices wherever you go in Ghana. Star Oil also has the Star Card, which means you can do your cashless fueling while keeping an eye on the bottom line. So it's simple. Wherever you go, whatever you do, choose Star Oil for the best quality and most affordable fuels.
Now, if you want a British degree at a fraction of the cost right here in Ghana, if you are looking for a vibrant student experience in a community that builds your confidence and equips you with real-world employability skills, you need to talk to Lancaster University Ghana. You enjoy all these and more with scholarships available to support your academic journey at Lancaster University Ghana. Be taught by expert faculty trained to UK standards right here on their campus in Ghana. If you want more information, go to lancaster.edu.gh. You can also send them an email, admissions@lancaster.edu.gh, or you call 0248-656-274. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
And we know that you've been waiting, dreaming for the right moment. Now is that time. Stanbic rates have dropped seriously, so now turn those plans into reality with the low rate personal loans. It could be a vehicle asset finance loans. You have the solar solutions, home solutions, and also the handy credit cards. So your dream doesn't need more patience, it needs a plan, and we've got that covered. Be unstoppable. You can find out more at stanbicbank.com.gh.
So imagine an eco park 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
Now
24-hour economy.
It's what 24-hour eco what?
Economy.
Well, that's a good one. Now that's what Safari Eco Park offers you now. 24-hour.
Wow.
Eco Park.
Beautiful.
Okay. So you can explore the ant caves and experience the mysterious fountain. Also, you can relax and unwind at their recreational facilities, but also walk along the elevated walkway and enjoy a breathtaking panoramic view of wildlife such as zebras, antelope, ostriches, and more. I like those birds, the emus. I like that. Close enough to feed them and capture amazing photos. Charlie, so please write this number. Now, any time of the day you can go there. 0596-914394 or 0596-914384. Safari Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. And remember, 24-hour economy.
That's it.
And you know Friday is a holiday, right?
Yes.
Because today should have been a holiday, but because of the new acts, Friday is a holiday. So, Charlie, Friday, go there with friends. Go there with your friends. Just go and have a good time. Go and have a good time at Safari.
Go at night. Go
Yeah.
check out.
Yeah, 24 hours. Yes, go at night. Go and experience.
Charlie, how about we do the sitting there?
Why not? Charlie, I like it too.
You will talk about the sitting there.
Yeah, I'm on board. I'm on board.
See this man. Oh.
Some big bonfire like that. Oh,
see that
no, I mean
the bonfire along the canal.
That's right. With the thing happening.
Where you man?
With the grill.
Yeah.
And some cold bottles.
I'm better. I'm on board.
Who is asking whether Jojo will be part? Anyway.
No, Jojo prefers tacos. Okay, so right now, kingdomstoreonline.com is the best place for top quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, stationery, and you can get them all, at knockdown prices, which you can pay via Momo across all networks. So go shopping online and wait for your delivery to your home or office. Very quick delivery as well. If you live in Accra or Tema, that delivery is also free. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And if you are looking for generators for your homes, to your hospitals, farms, to factories, talk to AXA today. They are powering the moments that builds a true future for you. It's trusted by families, entrepreneurs, and more. And they don't just bring the energy, they bring peace you can adore. If you are looking for world-class generators, if you want expert service on your side, you want a legacy of reliability, if you want a company that is powering Africa's rise with pride, then you need to talk to AXA Generator, so that when the lights go out, you are not left out in the dark. They keep you shining, and they always spark the spark in your life. Okay?
The rhyme scheme is nice.
Papa. And there's a surprise this month. They are giving you up to 25% off every purchase. Okay? They are located on the Spintex Road, and you can call them on 0245 444 844 and 0302 979 862. Generator is bought only once from AXA.
And GCB is here with their part to pa promo. It's vibes.
Go over again.
GCB.
No, part to what?
Pan to pan.
you want to help us?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. But anyway, it's filled with so much fun and an all expense paid trip to the global football fiesta is happening next year. So you can have so much more going on for you. You can win TVs, fridges, cookers, and some more goodies as well. And so lots of prizes up for grab. And join the winning team today. Deposit and maintain 300 cedis or more in your GCB savings account. That's all you need. You need small savings to earn more points, and you could win big as well. And just note that this will be running until April 2026. Save, win, go with this promo by GCB Bank. Part to pa, I like to call it. Probably Kojo Yankson has his own version of it. Global football.
For that version earlier.
Global football, here we come. And terms and conditions apply. GCB, your bank for life.
And let me say good morning to Pascal Agbenu. Pascal Agbenu, I know you love the Super Morning Show and wouldn't want to miss it. So every day you're tuning in, good morning to you. Pascal. But Fifi Taki says he's also coming for the sitting. The guys can't enjoy alone. You cannot come just like that.
If you are coming, come correct.
NC.
Yeah, if we have the sitting in the evening, we can actually use 24 minutes of the sitting to review the 24-hour economy.
Someone actually sends a message that says, thank you for making us understand the 24-hour economy. Okay, so the phone lines have been activated now. 0302216541, 0302216541, and then 0551111997. Kojo Boateng, they've sent you Adwagobe's number.
Yeah, please forward it to me. I need to call Adwagobe today. So Adwagobe, Abdine's mother, and Sister Ama at Tech Junction. Sister Ama, she used to do chibom and noodles and morikoko. And Sister Ama could give you chibom and morikoko to eat for 3 months. When you get someone, you go and pay her.
Hey, so
they have supported people's lives. So
they have been showing up the economy since.
Oh, that's good.
Fine.
So, folks, let's hear your assessment of the John Mahama administration after year one. So you can give us a call on 0302216541 and then 0551111997. 0551111997. And let's start with Papa Bisu. Papa Bisu, good morning.
Hi, my brother. Happy New Year. Good morning. Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year, Papa Bisu.
Keep up doing the good work for Ghana. My brother, so far, so very good. Look at the state of the CD against the dollar. First in the history of Ghana. Almost 10 cities, 80 pesos to $1. Look at the fuel price. 10 cities plus a liter. Is that not it? But there's a problem here, my brother. And the government has to look at that side. The transport sector. The commercial drivers are really sabotaging this government. Do you realize it? Some of the food vendors, like the kinky sellers as well, still selling kinky at 10 cities. But let's tackle the commercial drivers. As at yesterday, from 7 p.m. to 5, going to Amasama, they were charging 10 cedis. 10 cedis. Instead of 7 cedis, my brother. Then the worst of all, I was coming back from Pokwasi around 8:20 p.m. around that time. This Toyota Hilux driver with car number GC 853021 from Pokwasi to Sogah was shouting 10 cities. My brother, 10 cities. What is happening? Why are they sabotaging the government? Please, the transport minister, we heard of these buses, a lot of buses that you have imported and all this. To be frank with you, that sector, that area, and others, they need more. And the 24-hour economy, to be frank with you, for us to realize it properly and, away with sabotering, I think the government will have to look at the transport sector. Put in more money for more public transport. So that the NDC, I'm being biased here, the NDC will go forever. No, it's not possible, but forever. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you very much, Papa Bisu, for joining us this morning here on the Super Morning Show. You can also join us on 0302216541 and then 0551111997. 0302216541 and then 0551111997. You can also send us your WhatsApp messages to 0551111997 and we'll share it with the rest of the world here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Now, our next caller is Sir Shak. Okay, he's in Kwabenya. Sir Shak, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
Yes, sir, Shak. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing good. Yourself?
God is still taking care of his children.
Long time no see. What do you call it? Happy New Year to yourself and your team for the wonderful work you're doing. We miss you from 3FM.
Sure.
So far, I can say that the government has done wonderful, if not marvelous. But like Power BC said, there are still some takeaways from the government. Erastus did mention that we are still struggling with it. So that the president will put down his big foot and deal with this thing once and for all. And the unscrupulous individuals in this government who are also in bed with the Galamseyers to make the government have a bad name, he must do something about it. Winston, one or two things. I am not happy about some appointees. And I wish that when there's a reshuffle, they need to be reshuffled. One is the transport minister.
Oh, why?
The rhetoric is too much. You see, we are a nation of no action, talk only. And the president in the second term has nothing to lose if he makes sure that's what. You see, governance is for the people. That's why you say government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's democracy. So when you come into government and your government appointees are enjoying, but the main reason why you were voted into power for, they are suffering. Can you believe that the average Ghanaians, the basic minimum wage in this country is not even up to this thing, 100 cedis a day. But you end up spending only on food, almost about 100 Ghana cedis. If you are going to work, you have to take a transport to work. So you end up spending about almost 150 Ghana cedis a day. Is the minimum wage in this country or 150 Ghana cedis? Nothing. So for that one, the trade minister must go. The transport minister must go. Now we can't even afford data. Common data will listen. When you buy airtime, no shame is gone. Because there's a company in this country who is milking the average Ghanaian because they feel that no, they are giving out the best service. I won't mention anybody's name, but you know. So what the government must do is that in economics, one of the ways to reduce price is to bring competition. Bring competition to the country. So that when there's competition and people come and they bring their buses and they are running their individual transport bus, transportation, and you the public driver, you say you are not going to reduce your price. I will have the option to go for that kind of this thing. You understand?
Sure.
When it comes to goods, price of goods and services, if I'm able to use my my purchasing power to purchase what I own by ensuring that no, I will choose what I like based on the prices. The other one will be forced to reduce its price. So what the government must do in this vein is that they must ensure that there is competition in every sector, that the people are refusing to reduce the if not for that, people will not see what the president has done. Because
Thank you very, very much, Sir Shak from Kwabenya, for joining us. You can also join us on 0302216541 and then 0551111997, 0302216541 and then 0551111997. We're assessing President John Dramani Mahama's first year as President of the Republic of Ghana from January 7, 2025 to January 7, 2026. Claude is in Tema. Claude, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. How are you doing?
God is taking care of us. How about you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Please go ahead.
Yes. I'll start with the 24-hour economy.
Please do.
I don't think it's a policy that should be carried by the government, because government cannot create its own jobs. So they have to empower the private sector to create those things. Let's take, for instance, Friday Way. The first time Friday Way was started to make sure that the textile industries get market for their products. But unfortunately, every organization went printing their own clothes instead of buying and everybody wearing any cloth to enhance production. And that is one thing I think the government has to look at. And the agri mechanization. You go to market these days, maybe by 5, all the marketing are rushing to close, shops are closing because there's no proper security. Even filling stations, you go to a filling station at 8 and they are closed. So you have to ask yourself, what is the government doing about security? Also, Ghana is an agro-based industry. We have to create value chains. Oil palm value chain, cocoa value chain, cassava value chain, and they can create a lot of industries that will be running throughout the day, throughout the night, processing the byproducts of the various products we produce. Lastly, I'm happy to hear that over hundreds of excavators have been seized and they are packed. I called him yesterday and I talked about the Bagri Dam. I'm pleading with the government. These excavators should be commandeered to the north and we start creating a canal before the next rainy season starts. Because you look at the amount of excavation they can do for Galamsey in a day. We can easily create a canal to solve the Bagri Dam problem before the rainy season. The pumping machines should be distributed to the farmers. Oil palm farmers, given to them, they can pump water from the rivers. Cocoa farmers can use the pumping machines. And then these farms are irrigated. Production will definitely increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claude. You can also join us on 0302 216 541, 0302 216 541, and then 055 1111 997. 055 1111 997. What's your assessment of President John Dramani Mahama's first year in office as President of the Republic of Ghana? Are you excited about his tenure, or you say there's room for improvement? So would love to hear from you here on the Super Morning Show. Let's go to La, where Jones is. Jones, good morning.
Good morning, Winston. Good morning. Good morning to you guys. First year, today is 7th, and I would say so far, so good. So far, so good. Considering where we are coming from and where we have gotten to now, I say President Mahama has been beyond our expectation and beyond our imagination. And he has done well. First year, no one can tag him with any corruption cases. For a year by this time in some other government, you can count the number of corruption that we started with. But today, the policy issue that is what we are dealing with. And I say so far so good. The Galamsey issues, yes, the campaign, as he said, the campaign are being dealt with. We can all attest to the fact that Wontumi is there. The Chinese who are destroying our forests, Namos is doing very well. And I've been following you guys. You see, this issue cannot be tackled, the way you expected it. Because these people have gained ground and they have done so many things in the previous years and they have been protected. So it will take a time for us to really see what the president is doing. But so far so good. The president, as he said, some of the waters are
Jones, can you reposition yourself? I think there's a bit of...
Hello, can you hear me now?
I think it's better now, yes.
Yes. Even Erasmus attests to the fact that, yes, the president is doing well. Yes, but, it can't be clear in a day or in a week or in a month. It will take a time. And the president is following that. Look at the economy. Look at where we are now. For the first time, transport operators have come out and say we are going to reduce fuel. When anytime we start the year like this, you see agitation. They are going to increase. They are doing this. But this time around, they are going to reduce. What else do we want? This president, in fact, he came at the right time. And he is doing well, and we must support him. I like your criticism. You are on the right path. Yes, nobody says you shouldn't criticize, but criticize constructively so that we all will pass, will be in the same line. So far so good. I'll give President Mahama 80%. So far so good. Considering where we are coming from, President Mahama has done so splendid, and we have to praise him. And also, let me put this in place. Please, Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Oklu, let's continue to remind her that market that the previous administration cleared for whatever reason that the place has been taken over by the workers again. The onion market has been taken over. Containers are being built day in, day out. I was there yesterday. It wasn't small thing. Linda Oklu, please, we are begging you. We are begging. You are doing so well. Our sister, our big sister, you are doing so well. We are praising you for it. But please, the onion market is another test that you have to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jones from La, for joining us this morning, which means you can also join us on 0302 216 541 and then 055 1111 997. 0302 216 541 and then 055 1111 997. Let's go to Kwabenya again. Eben is there. Eben, good morning.
Good morning, Winston. As we are saying the New Year mood, I will say Happy New Year once again.
Happy New Year.
My brother, I'm coming. You see, 1 year in governance, for me, I will give His Excellency John Dramani Mahama administration 9/10. Why 9/10? You remember in 2016, when the dollar and the cedi was trading 4 cedi against the $1. This Yanum, the Jandam MPP party, they said they have never seen some before. They took over power 2017, 7 January. By the time of 2018, it was what? 5 point something. If you could remember, Winston.
Go ahead.
Do you remember? It moved from 4 to what? 5 point something.
Mm-hmm.
Look, when they are going out of power, $1 to cedi went even 17 and it came down to 15. Lo and behold, experienced hands like John Mahama came into power. He took dollar to the cedi 15. Now it is what? 10 point something, 11. Even as we used to say, Bank of Ghana had the rate and Abochi had the dollar. Even now, if Abochi has what? $4 to you, it is 12 cedi. If we Ghanaians don't want this, what else do you want? For me, although it is not all that rosy as we want it, but for me, I will never blame the NDC government for anything because see, gone are the days in 2024, a bag of corn is 1,200 Ghana cedis. Now, as I'm talking to you, a bag of corn is what? 600. But the Kenke sellers are still sell a ball of Kenke 5 cedis. And it's still small as it is in 2024. So why should I blame John Mahama? I give thumbs up and complain to the Kenke sellers that we are treating with them. This greediness will not take us anywhere. You are buying a bag of corn 1,200, 9,600. If you can't even decrease the price of Kenke as 5 cedis, just add some to the ball. So that if now I won't buy 10 cedis, I'll buy 5 cedis. So we are pleading with them. With the government, the superb, John Mahama, Openo, as the Ghana Dangbe will say. Because we have compared governors and realized that actually, in fact, as they say, experience is the best teacher. We will continue to applaud you and pray that the 3 years ahead of you, you will do something that is what? It is beyond our imagination, so that the NDC will sustain in power for 32 years. Because in these 34 years of our democratic governance, NDC, you are far better than what? The MPP. Because we've compared and witnessed the 16 years of MPP governance, former President Akufo-Addo and former President Kufuor. We could see that John Mahama, so we'll give you Happy New Year and pray for you that Father Mighty God in heaven will continue to bless you and impart more knowledge unto you so that you do more, so that a time will come, even if you go to hospital, everything will be free because we have the resources. So if the whites that don't have the resources depend on us, we'll be able to do free things. We here also can also benefit from free things. So kudos to you, and I believe, and for me, I feel to you that you can do it because this year, 1 year alone shows that what Charlie, you love Ghana.
Thank you very much, Eben from Kwabenya. I think we can pick our final caller on 0302 216 541 and then 055 1111 997. 055 1111 997. and then 0302-216-541. Give us a call and tell us what your thoughts are. Let's stay in Kokomlemle, where Elvis is. Elvis, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
Yes, Elvis.
In this world, you see, nipa ya dia osayi. It was rotten. It go rotten totally to ground zero. But now somebody has lifted it up. We should give him praise. He will do more by the grace of God. Last 2 years, I went for a half bag of rice. It was almost 500 cities, half bag, almost 400 and something. Last 2 months I went, it was 300. I wanted to buy the half again, but now 300. I said, what? So I bought the full bag at once. Almost 500 to 300. I am into building construction. Cement, let's take it as Empire. It was 87, 86 in the market. Right now, as I'm talking, last week or last 2 weeks, it became 75. Those in the market, they must change their attitude towards the product they are selling. In fact, posterity is going to judge them. I'm not cursing anybody. But let's face the fact. If the government can do something about it and move out some forces inside the market, let's remember Rollins and act by his rules and laws assigned, so that there will be total repentance in the market pertaining to the development as we go forward by the new government. Good morning.
Good morning, Elvis, and thank you very much for joining us, which means we can't pick any more calls now. Lots of your messages also. Let's share some of these messages with the rest of the world, Kojo.
Okay, so I'll read some of the messages. This one says, good morning, Kojo. I am Danny Mens at Dobro. Currently in Ghana, the cost of living has not reduced significantly for most people who buy at retail. This is because most retail shops are reluctant to reduce prices of goods, but some wholesalers are doing well at selling at current prices, reflecting the cedi appreciation. If it's possible, I would entreat producers to educate the retail market on new prices for goods that reflect cedi appreciation. This will help ease the cost of living for most Ghanaians. Have a wonderful show, my brother. And I agree with him. Back at Coca-Cola, when I had my national service there, Coca-Cola would always publish recommended retail prices so that at least we keep the prices even across the country, except in special outlets like restaurants and some pubs and some hotels. So maybe some of the producers should start putting out recommended retail prices of some of their goods and keep reviewing so that we can also sort of manage some of the prices at the retail level. Kofi Mark says that I rate Mahama 7/10. There is more room for improvement. God is in control. It's a matter of time to witness the great NDC manifesto well delivered. God bless Ghana. Hajia Halima says, I'm disappointed because I was expecting his flagship policy, which gave hope to the youth, to start in his first year. And he has read 2 budgets already and technically left with 2 budgets, but there is no clear plan to start a 24-hour economy. The promise of 1 job, 3 shifts, 3 people. That's Hajia Halima. Abdullah Hamidu says, I rate John Mahama 9.5/10. The 0.5 is on Galamsey. We need to continue the fight. Gideon Awini says, I rate John Mahama 1,000/10. But he should pay and recruit teachers, and I'll take the zeros out. Now, this message here is from Nimrod Kwanzaa. It says, to be sincere, the truth shall set you free. Since I started growing, I have not seen any government where during their regime fuel prices are rather going down. They have done well. We pray for the best going forward. Kels GH says, largely heading in the right direction. I'll rate him a strong 8. You just need to jail some corrupt individuals and you get the 10. We all know some groups will rate him much lower regardless of what he does. Nana Ajoa Himan says, I rate him 8/10 because of teachers and nurses payments. Apart from that, he's doing well. I think prices of things have been stable. No fee stress has also helped some tertiary students. Aaron Harina says that 8/10, the economy is doing well. The two I didn't add on is for Galamsey and not posting teacher trainees. This message also says that I get very frustrated when we keep saying the economy has been great. Yes, I understand the numbers as a student of finance. As a businesswoman, this has been the worst time to do business. After sterilizing over 16 million, there is no funds in the economy to stimulate purchases. So go to the Central Business District and access the goods being destroyed due to expiration. And assess the goods being destroyed due to expiration. They couldn't sell all the goods they imported. The sad part is we are doing politics with people's businesses. This is Mami speaking. And Papa BCU, he called earlier and he sent a message also earlier talking about commercial drivers and how kinky sellers are not making us feel the impact of the gains in the micro sector. Now, this message says, happy birthday to Mrs. Charity Apinting of the Ministry of Finance from your colleagues of the PIP unit. Akosia in Ashie says, good morning, Winston and the two Kojos. Looking at where President Mahama took over from, he has done well on the economy. He's done well on security, foreign relations, freedom of speech, agric, etc. But the Galamsey issue, jobs, other products for foreign trade apart from gold and cocoa are rating B. He has a lot to do. More grease to his elbow though. Peace to him and a prosperous new year. And this message says, I think people should be a bit honest about the real situation in Ghana and stop the praise singing. So those are some of the messages we have this morning.
Great, guys. Tomorrow we start a new series, Roads of Peril, and it starts tomorrow. Pearl Ofori will be leading that. Listen to what you should expect tomorrow here on the Super Morning Show.
Every day, Ghanaians ply roads like this that test their patience and put their lives at risk.
The road is not good at all.
These are the roads that put lives at risk.
My car just twists left and right and my cross members broke it.
Potholes and open manholes and rains that turn streets into hazards.
That be an accident to see.
Open drains right in the middle of the road with exposed iron rods ready to swallow.
Up to now, that's what go happen.
Roads of peril, exposing the dangers, demanding change.
And it starts tomorrow here on the Super Morning Show. And I'm sure you can all relate. The roads, very bad in this country. In fact, in this country called Ghana, if you live in certain areas, you're likely to change your shocks 2 or 3 times in a year. If you live around my area in Abokobi, the roads are very, very bad. Can't wait for us to have this conversation tomorrow. But of course, that's all time would allow us this morning. Anything you want to say finally, guys? We're wrapping it up.
Yes, if I can have a final word. I had some ideas on the 24-hour economy I wanted to share, but we don't have enough time. But I want to quote Dr. Ishmael Yankson from yesterday's event. He says that the inflation decline and the CD recovery and the macro gains we've seen is actually masking deeper challenges. And so we should not be too happy. We should see this as an emergency treatment in a hospital. We need to go deeper and fix the structural challenges. So year one has been good, but we should not lie to ourselves that our economy has recovered and we are in a safe place. For example, let's assume that crude prices will increase by 30% and then gold prices drop by 30%. Where will our economy be?
Where will our economy be? Thank you very much, Kojo Boateng. Thank you, Blessed Sogah. Thank you, Kojo Yankson. That's all from us this morning here on the Super Morning Show. My name is Winston Amoah. Coming up.